City. Welcome to today's City Council meeting. Right now is our work session during which there's no public comment, but we do have a formal meeting tonight at 7 p.m. where you can join us to share your comments. And we, of course, always welcome your feedback by mail to P.O. Box 145476, Salt Lake City, Utah 84114, or by email at council.comments@slcgov.com, or anytime via our 24-hour phone comment line at 801-535-7654. Written comments that we receive on topics related to agenda items are shared with all council members and posted on our website, slccouncil.com. And now we will begin our work session, and the first item, as always, is updates from the administration. And Andrew, Josh, will join us at the table. Thanks.
Good afternoon, council members. So we'll start to get the slides on the community engagement highlights. So to begin with, they're not showing the slides. I don't know if there's an issue there.
I don't know if we got the slides. We're double checking. Maybe they were sent last minute. Oh, it looks like we don't have any slides yet.
I can just read them. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that would be fine, and then maybe send them to our staff after, if that's okay.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
So we share our slc.gov/feedback page, updated with highlighted ways to engage with the city. And next slide. Okay. Planning. So the pole sign regulations for schools, which is a proposal from the SLC School District to regulate electronic message board signs on school properties. The ordinance is being reviewed by the City Attorney's Office and will be transmitted soon. Next is affordable housing incentives update. The Planning Commission has a work session discussion scheduled for this week, March 22nd, and on March 29th. A presentation to the community council chairs at the Salt Lake Community Network meeting was held on March 16th. The current draft of the plan is available for public comment on the planning website.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. Mr. Chair, we're having some audio problems on the WebEx, so if you guys could just pause for a minute. Cindy Lou, do you think?
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Scott or any others online, if you could unmute and confirm that you hear us. Thank you, Taylor, and we do have slides now.
We just got
Thank
slides. Sorry. Fun start. Thanks for your patience.
So I'm on the planning slide, so the third one. Next is the reorganization of the local historic chapter. This moves the designation process to the zoning amendment chapter, clarifies the role of historic surveys and processes to update surveys, modifies the approval process to allow staff to deny applications that do not comply with standards, and fine-tunes the ordinance. The 45-day engagement period runs through April 27th. And last on planning, Sugar House drive-through text amendment. The Planning Commission initiated a text change to prohibit drive-throughs in the Sugar House business zoning district. The public engagement on that runs through April 3rd. Next slide, please. For sustainability, there's an update on the environmental on the Other Side Village. Sustainability has been facilitating the environmental assessments for the tiny home village at 1850 West Indiana Avenue. They created a website describing the environmental conditions and remedial approach for the 8-acre project area. The purpose of the website is to share environmental information and ensure that the community is aware of opportunities to participate in the environmental public process facilitated by the state. The city is working with the Utah Department of Environmental Quality to investigate the project area and develop a remediation plan that will make the area safe for residential use. And we expect that the remedial action plan, the public comment on that will start in late April or early May. In advance of that, sustainability encourages the council to review the environmental information on the Sustainability Department website and ask to share that with constituents leading up to the public comment period for the state remedial action plan process. Next slide, please. So Love Your Block update. Round 2 mini grant awardees have been announced. This round, Love Your Block awarded a total of $16,500 to 10 projects spanning Glendale, Poplar Grove, Fair Park, and Rose Park. Some of the upcoming projects include mural additions to the west side led by the Roots Art Collective, refresh of the Jordan River Trail artwork by the Glendale Neighborhood Council, baseball field improvements at Sherwood Park by the Rose Park baseball team, Trail river cleanup by the Heartland Community for Youth, and much more. So full descriptions of these projects will be available on the mayor's website in the coming weeks. Additionally, the Bloomberg Center for Public Innovation will be placing a graduate student from Johns Hopkins University with Salt Lake City's Love Your Block team for a 10-week summer scholar program. This position is being supported financially by Johns Hopkins University. Salt Lake City, and this is just as a reminder, the annual Spring River Cleanup is returning April 22nd at 8 a.m. And that you can sign up to volunteer for that at stewardship.slc.gov. Next slide. And our remaining community outreach office hours, there's one left for this month on March 28th. That's at Maven Create, which is a co-working space in the Maven district. And I will be doing that engagement with economic development next Tuesday. And that is it for community engagement. Any questions? If not, I'll turn it over to Andrew.
Council members, any questions for community engagement? Thank you, Joshua.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The utilization for the resource centers was actually increased from last week, about 95% at this point. And again, we'll see that change over the next 5 weeks as they ramp down the winter overflow. Rapid intervention and encampment impact mitigation work, 6th South and 7th West primarily this week, and then a number of camps across the city, as you can see. And VOA Outreach is still actively engaged in 9, and then a lot of ongoing rehabilitations in places. You'll also see that the next resource fair is April 14th at Pioneer Park. However, in advance of the ramping down of the overflows, they'll also be doing some mini ones at the different locations to make sure resources are offered there as folks exit out of those options for the summertime. Kayak courts in May starting up again, and then Operation Homeless Connect, which is an annual big resource fair for folks in the community at the convention center, is this Friday. I believe they stopped taking applications for volunteers the other day, but if you really want to volunteer, we can still get you in, I'm sure. They could use all the help they can get. It's a really good experience if you haven't done it before. The last thing for today is I wanted to highlight a program that's come online in the last little bit, which I think we talked about maybe briefly months ago in connection with the former Ramada on North Temple. So Ville 1659 is the name of the new development there. Private developer is renovating it into a number of studio apartments over the next several months. Got some funding from the state as well and city. But as part of that, in the front section of that hotel, former motel I mean, they've put in a new mental health nonprofit provider. Their name is Mental Health America Utah chapter. It's a new one here in this state. They got a grant this past year to start up this clinic. And what they have is really it's a peer-based program. And so a lot of folks with previous experience with mental illness, current mental illness issues, who really engage with one another and do a peer-to-peer sort of support work. Both they have groups there, classes, a drop-in element to it, some individual work they can do, a lot of resource-rich kind of environment. It is in that former Ramada. It's open 9 to 5 Monday through Friday, I believe, right now. It's meant to be a resource for that development as it comes online this year, but also for the general public. So I want to make sure that you're aware of that, and we hope to have more of these kind of concepts going forward because we need a lot more supports, as you're aware, in our community. And that's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Andrew. Councilmembers, do you have any questions for Andrew? I appreciate that. That's exciting about the new mental health resources coming to our community. As that continues to develop, love to know how we can engage in that process or be supportive or at least get the word out.
Certainly. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, I think that does it for our administrative updates. So we are on to item number 2. Item number 2 is a land use ordinance about homeless resource center zoning text amendments. And we have Nick Tarbett, Nick Norris, Michaela Okte, and Kelsey Lindquist here at the table with us. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, can I give a quick intro and then we'll turn the presentation over to planning staff?
Yes, please, Nick Tarbett from council staff.
Okay. The council is going to be briefed on a proposal that would establish a process for approving future homeless resource centers, HRCs, as we probably will refer to them frequently, create a homeless resource center zoning district, adopt provisions for temporary and seasonal homeless resource centers, modify existing standards for homeless centers. So the background on this is in October of 2021, the mayor initiated a moratorium through the pending ordinance that put a prohibition on HRCs and shelters being created in the city. This was done in part to give planning staff time to come up with a new ordinance and process to establish HRCs in the city. That petition came to the council, and in March of 2022, the council adopted 2 ordinances pertaining to the HRCs. Ordinance 15A removed the HRCs and shelters from the city's land use tables. Ordinance 15B implemented a future date certain that the HRCs and shelters would again be allowed in the zoning districts where they were currently permitted, the CG, the D2, and the D3, unless that ordinance was repealed by preferred changes that were being drafted by planning staff at that time. The council also adopted a legislative intent at that time for planning staff to research and provide recommendations to promote geographic equity of HRCs and shelters by expanding the zoning districts where they were currently allowed in the city. If the council does not adopt an updated ordinance by May 3rd of 2023, so here in a few weeks, Ordinance 15B of 2022 will go back into effect, thus allowing the HRCs and shelters in the areas where they were previously allowed. So the council has already set a public hearing date for this item. It's on April 4th. And with that, I will turn the time over to Michaela, I believe is leading it.
Thank you, Nick. Let's wait for the slide deck. Next slide, please. I thought it best to take a look at what our goal was before we get through our proposed process. Our goal is to review our charge from you all that's laid out here on this slide to identify the most appropriate process for allowing homeless resource centers. And that was to consider the safety and the welfare of those experiencing homelessness, evaluate impact to communities, specifically city services as well, financial considerations of service providers, whether they can comply when coming up with another process, really getting into the role and responsibilities of the HRCs and others, and of course, avoiding inequities and locating a future shelter. Next slide. As Nick mentioned, we have 42 days from today to have a proposal adopted before we revert back to a conditional use process. During the moratorium, we've really leaned on various groups to ensure that we identify any deficiencies in the code, but also get feedback so that we capture everything that we need to capture in a new process. So this slide really just talks about all those groups that we've engaged with: internal city groups, service providers, community councils, advocates, etc. Next slide, please. We believe we've accomplished your charge with our proposal, which is a creation of a homeless resource center, which I'll refer to as an HRC overlay. And what that overlay is that it establishes how future HRCs are approved. And it would require a zoning map amendment. And if approved, a homeless resource center would be a permitted use, if applied. Oh, next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Thanks, perfect. Just to highlight a few additions to this that we include in our standards, which really came from a lot of feedback, is to require a room in an HRC for medical personnel, so that EMS has a private room to tend to those medical issues and evacuate the building as needed. To prohibit firearms, but require a place for people to store a firearm at an HRC, and this is actually in the state code. And clarifying that an operator can establish their own policies and procedures to ensure civility and decorum of their community coordination groups. Next slide, please. Something that came up with in our discussions with the police department and the standards that we had on the books relating to crime prevention through environmental design was a pretty strong recommendation for us to not necessarily list out what those regulations should be, but require a CPTED expert to actually certify plans. Police department asked for that, and the police department would, of course, review that, even with that sign-off from a CPTED individual. The code also would allow the zoning administrator to be able to modify certain things in a plan relating to that. Next slide. If the modifications aren't allowed by code, these are the ones that are listed, right? Like fence height, landscaping, clear view triangles, building design standards that might be necessary for the privacy. It would, of course, be site-specific, but these are just some examples of such modifications that are listed. Next slide, please. What we've heard through months of feedback is definitely a predictable timeline is important to the community and to potential operators. That this was something that was pretty paramount coming up with this new process, and to shorten that approval process. And I'll get into what the Planning Commission asked the council, but that's to consider codifying a timeline, and I'll get into that later. Next slide, please. As mentioned, this would be a map amendment process, and it follows all the steps of a map amendment process that you're familiar with some proposed tweaks that are listed on this slide. And that would be increasing public notice from our regular 300 feet to 450 feet from any proposed site. Allow a public hearing within that 45-day public input period. And the intent of that is to allow more feedback from the public. Something that came up in several times in our focus group meetings was requiring a step to engage the homeless population as well in our outreach. And the Planning Commission asked the council to consider a 45-day, that in the standards we have listed that we would put the item on a Planning Commission agenda 45 days as soon as possible to respond to that timeliness concern. Next slide. Really circling back to our initial charge and goals, we've updated factors to consider on whether to map the overlay. The goal of the factors is to understand anticipated benefits to the homeless population, right? So if a homeless resource center is proposed, what would the services be at that particular site? Another factor would be proximity to other support services. If they weren't in walking distance, It also tees up a discussion of a possible transportation plan. Are those services close enough? We need to ensure that we review that. Another factor would be impact to city services. As part of this process, within 30 days of a petition to map this overlay, the fire department, the police department, public services, within 30 days would provide a report, like a point-in-time report, as to how their services would be impacted at that particular site. The effectiveness of a security plan, and also equity, that big question of equity between neighborhoods, hosting other impactful land uses, and of course, compliance with HRC standards on a site. Next slide. The Planning Commission recommendation was unanimous and positive with 2 additions sent to you. The first one being that you consider expediting review of an overlay petition and making a decision with 90 days of the Planning Commission recommendation. The second consideration would be that homeless resource centers with 40 beds or less be allowed in any zoning district that allows residential uses, subject to a conditional use process. Now I'm segueing away from this new overlay process, and I want to talk about temporary HRCs. Next slide, please. And this really reflects state code. The first one being that a temporary, and this is all laid out in the proposed ordinance. The temporary HRC, they're allowed when HRCs are full, and the state code says if temperatures are anticipated to drop below freezing. Based on public feedback, we added in and when the heat index is above 95 degrees. So they're allowed with 1 and 2, or if the city's required by the state to provide an emergency shelter. Next slide. Where a temporary shelter is allowed is a zoning district that allows lodging or multifamily, government-owned buildings, or buildings constructed as a hotel, motel, or other lodging. Next slide. Some limitations, like I said, this is reflecting state code, is that a temporary HRC can only occupy the same site once every 4 years. It needs to be separated from other HRCs within a mile. And in the proposed code, on a case-by-case basis, the goal is to be 1,000 feet from community locations, but that can be waived by the city because that may be hard to accomplish in Salt Lake City. Those community locations being your parks, your libraries, your schools. Next slide, please. Temporary HRCs still do have requirements, right? Their security and operations plan. They need to have adequate restrooms and comply with all life safety, building, and fire codes. Next slide. And we are ready to take questions.
No one has questions, right? Council members, should we start with the permanent HRC text amendments and then move to questions about the temporary ones in the order that it was presented? Does that sound okay? Okay. Does anyone have questions to start off?
Thank you.
Councilmember Dugan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation, and I want to also thank the staff because I had a one-on-one discussion with the staff late last week to give me a little more insight to the text amendment. First question is just on how does this blend in with House Bill 499 and our requirements of different counties having HRCs and different cities and the winter overflow. How does this blend in with our the requirements here on House Bill 499? And I know this came about beforehand, but there's got to be something to bring them together.
We may be required every 4 year to provide that county overflow shelter. We may be, if it,
For the winter side you're talking about?
yes,
Okay. We still may be required to do that.
yes.
Okay.
Also, on the temperature, so the state only has a bottom it for the code blue, and it's at a different temperature than what the city, what this ordinance proposes. So that, and I think it's at wind chill at 15
15.
degrees or something.
That's right.
So that may be something the council would be interested in linking those two together. That may be something that just might be able to make it more consistent, because the state Department of Homeless Service, not homeless, I don't know if it's Homeless Services or whomever, would be the one that dictates when
The
that goes into
services.
effect. They make that call.
We're talking about the temporary locations now,
That,
right?
the temperatures of temporaries, but the actual 499, you know, the push is to drive HRC, not drive, to highly encourage HRCs in other counties and other municipalities vice Salt Lake City.
Yeah, so in HB 440, which is last year, a year ago now, they put a lot of the things you're seeing here into that statute about once every 4 years and things like that. And so the planning drafted this based on those because they had to get it in front of the planning commission. But in the interim, the state changed it in 499. So you may see some discrepancies from what's in here to what the new language is. We'll have to work through that a little bit because it's just a timing issue based on when they changed the state stuff. If that makes sense. So I think we'll have to talk through some of those details here because the timing here is in advance of the state changing them since they worked through with the Planning Commission.
And again, this is specific to the temporary. I have a,
We,
well, I think we jumped to temporary, it sounds like.
but we have been, we had
Thanks,
been
Dan.
monitoring that bill, and we feel comfortable with what we're proposing.
Planning staff feels like
We
this
feel
proposal
comfortable
is
that
in
we've
line with the
reflected
new.
the state's requirements.
Okay,
The code blue is something a little bit different, that actually, if we do go into code blue, where we're 15 degrees or less, my understanding is that the city can't impose any sort of conditional use process or any other process if an existing HRC wants to provide up to 35% more within their facility.
and that's outside of this ordinance that we're
outside of this.
considering. So, but my question is, we're saying temporary HRC standards, but there are temperatures drop below 32 degrees Fahrenheit. So that seems like an occurrence that can happen by day, multiple times in a year, not something that's like the whole winter long or the whole summer long, right? So I think the restriction that you can only occupy the same site once every 4 years, if we're saying, well, you know, here's this building that works great for this, we house people, but then it warms up for a few weeks, we close it, and then it gets cold, drops again, you have to find a different place. Is there a distinction between like annual temporary shelters and like immediate temporary shelters? Does that make sense, what I'm asking?
Or does the problem resolve itself because the applicants, like I imagine for this to be most effective, wouldn't applicants apply for this and have it at the ready, and they would self-select into sites and then just operate when the conditions are met?
So you have the code blue, which is the 15, when temperatures are, there's an alert from Department of Health and Services that temperatures are going to be 15 degrees or lower. The state code basically says that an existing shelter can increase their occupancy up to 35%, right, during that whole code alert. There's one way to deal with it. And then we have this proposal in front of you that's also reflecting state code, which state code basically says the state every 4 years is going to assign one city a temporary HRC, and that you have 180 days to operate that HRC. And there are regulations, but we've added to that not only are we looking at freezing temperatures, that you could enact temporary land use regulations to actually choose choose to cite a temporary HRC as well. So the state can ask us every 4 years to be selected for a temporary HRC, or we as a city can also decide to cite a temporary HRC.
So the one thing I wanted to add about the temperature is that the proposal talks about those two thresholds being reasonably expected. So just because we may have a warm spell in January where it's 40 degrees, doesn't mean that someone would be required to shut down. And likewise in the summer. So it's if those months of the year we can all reasonably expect cold temperatures, then those qualifiers would be met.
Thanks.
Okay, I think that makes sense. Is there a number of days that it can operate before it stops being temporary?
180.
180 days. Okay, that's what I
180
remember.
days. Thanks.
They don't have to be consecutive? Is that an aggregate or is it 180 consecutive?
I think it says 180 consecutive
I don't think it's consecutive.
or total.
Or total? Okay. So that gives them flexibility to
It says 180
Adjust for summer
consecutive
and for
Yeah.
winter
or a
stuff.
total of
Adjust
180
for-
days, right, in a calendar year. That's correct, thanks.
weather. Okay, so the other question I have about the temporary ordinance is the 1 mile radius, and I appreciate that we're looking at things like that because of the concentration of services in specific neighborhoods. It strikes me that there may be a lot of city government buildings, hotels, motels, or other lodging buildings that are
What did you
that
say?
are-
No.
that are within a 1 mile radius, and I'm wondering if we've looked at the map to see how restrictive that is on or if we feel confident in that 1 mile radius. I like the radius. I just want to make sure 1 mile is the right number instead of a half mile or something like that.
The state says 1,000 feet from a community location. But it also gives the city latitude to waive that on a case-by-case basis, and we've put that in this proposal. So it says pertaining to community locations, it may be waived or reduced by the Director of Community and Neighborhoods Department. I mean, we can strive for it, but we might find a great location that's within 500 feet from a community location, and that can be waived for a temporary HRC.
And within a mile of an existing HRC or shelter. Is there
Yes.
also, and so that exception would be waived by the Director of Community and Neighborhoods but the council still has to vote whether or not to approve that overlay. Oh, not in temporary ones. Got it. We don't do anything on temporary ones. Thank you.
Which one are we talking?
Yeah, I know, I'm getting confused. Thank you. Obviously, thank you. Okay, that's helpful. Any other questions, I guess, on the temporary ones?
No, but for clarification, because now I'm confused. For temporary, going along with a state law, it's 180 days consecutive or a total. And then it has the 1,000 foot requirement, and it also has a 1 mile from an existing HRC. Just 1,000, just
That's
1,000
correct.
feet.
Yeah, just
Okay.
1,000 from a community.
Location.
Yeah.
Location. Okay, and then those temporary ones do not come to the council at all. Like, this is done administratively, basically. Do we know that?
Yes, however, the council does not give up their right to enact temporary land use regulations to authorize a temporary homeless shelter
Okay.
that maybe didn't meet these requirements. So that's specifically addressed in the code to maintain that.
Okay. So first step would be, do we enact a temporary land use regulation? And then if we do, then could waive that 1,000 feet if they wanted to.
So the first step would be, if someone's proposing it, does it meet the standards for an administrative approval? If it does, we would have the ability on the administration side to approve that.
Okay.
If it doesn't, then that would be a situation where somebody could ask the council to consider a temporary land use regulation.
Okay. To locate a temporary
Right,
shelter.
so maybe there's a location that is within a mile of an existing HRC that is available and works out great. That might be a situation where maybe as a city we'd consider that, and we'd ask the council to consider a temporary land use regulation for something like that.
Okay, if that makes sense.
And this is if, obviously, this is if we were chosen to be the county that will provide, not the, well, the one location within Salt Lake County that will have to provide temporary shelter every 4 years. But we just happen to be the one, then in 4 years later, they'll find another location. Does that make sense? And sorry to confuse you guys, but I know it makes sense in my brain.
That makes sense.
Right, so if the state chose Salt Lake City to be the one location in the county, then we'll have to accommodate.
I think it also allows for even if the state does not require us, but there's a need identified and it hits those temperatures and the other HRCs are full, the city could elect to do
We could
our
elect,
own,
okay,
even without the state mandate.
okay,
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
great, thank you,
I
thanks.
like
That's a good
that. I think,
clarification.
yeah.
Great, perfect,
I
okay.
do have a question on the permanent ones. The SEPTED review, can we talk through a little bit how that would work and how much teeth that would have? Like, for instance, the one in my district, the Gail Miller Resource Center, was built and really just like for a few years really just needed additional lighting, and finally got the lighting, and that's helped. Not solved all the problems, obviously, but that's helped a lot. I'm wondering how, so the PD comes in, does a SEPTED review, says, oh, it'd be great to have more lighting, not just on the site, but like on the whole street. Is there any way that those sort of things can be a little bit more, a little stronger? Or how does it work under this proposal?
So I just want to make sure I understand. So you're talking about not just on-site things, but off-site things as well.
I would like to consider that, but I realize the answer is probably nuanced or no. But
Well, so that is that's actually a really good question in regards to why we landed where we did with the process. Because if this were just a normal land use process, we can't necessarily require off-site improvements as part of that. But because this is something that is essentially coming to the council, and the council has much more discretion on these types of decisions, that could be a discussion that could be had, and funding sources could be identified, whether it's from the applicant, which I would guess would be highly unlikely they'd be able to do that. But at least then there's a city discussion to be had about whether the city has the ability to fund that or prioritize that kind of lighting.
so the PD review of SEPTED plans is just a recommendation that comes with the package to the Planning Commission and the council for consideration, or like what they say is final and that must be, is there like a standard of like 85 on the SEPTED scale that they must hit? I'm not sure how that works.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons why we were having some issues with how the current, the current regulations regarding SEPTED is written is based on the recommendation from the police department and the officers who are trained in doing SEPTED reviews. They had some real problems with how our current one was written because they didn't think that it actually got to the needs. And so the challenge, though, is that oftentimes you can't apply SEPTED principles until you have a site plan and a building design. And so if somebody's coming to the council for an approval, then they may not have that because they're probably not going to invest those resources until they have a yes, right? So the way it's written is that it would apply after the council made a decision.
Okay. But it would, so then it would be an administrative police department to look at it and say yes or no, basically.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And I will say a part of that does allow, if the police department recommends certain things be modified, that zoning doesn't currently allow, this SEPTED review process actually gives us some administrative authority to address those modifications. For one of the key things is like fence height.
Fence height.
Right? Because we've heard that several times now that, you know, a different style of fence, you know, the most recent one was at the YWCA where they requested a taller fence to help, not necessarily to address a detrimental impact to the outside, but to help keep their clientele safer. So those would be situations where we could apply a SEPTED principle and get something like that approved at the staff level instead of having to go through a process.
Oh, that's really interesting. So SEPTED would be sort of if you meet these sort of SEPTED principles, then you get.
Yeah.
I think that makes sense. In one way, I really don't want us to be the body that has to make this decision, but there's so many considerations with citing a resource center that it seems like we have to be. So I think the direction of this proposal, though it puts a lot of weight on us, and I hope that all of my colleagues are understand all of the sort of issues, and that in the end, these are human beings that need shelter. So in some ways, I wish it wasn't on our backs, but it really is, and I don't see a better solution than what's been presented. But council members, Councilmember Petro.
Thank you for all your work on this. Can we talk about procedure? So you're asking that the council make a decision within 90 days.
Planning Commission.
That was
Of the Planning Commission. That means you're going to let the mayor do her review, decide if she should chime in or not. You're going to get the transmittal to us. We're going to get the staff report done. We're going to have a work session, a public hearing, and a vote in 90 days. What are we averaging right now for when
You
things...
probably don't want to know what the average is. Not
mean,
90.
Definitely not 90.
And I think the truth is, and we should probably put this on the public record, this is not likely to be a highly used ordinance. We don't expect to have 3 HRC applications a month or something like that. This is something that maybe once a year, so it can expedite. But I trust you. You're all really, really smart people who have shaped my career. You really think 90 days is doable? I'm really stressed out by that number.
I mean, we're confident on our end to get this to council right after that 45-day deadline, because we're codifying our requirement where this goes to a planning commission for a decision the next planning commission meeting after that 45-day public engagement period. I think we can get it to council. It's just whether or not you feel comfortable with the 90 days on your end.
Are you suggesting that the council takes a long time to make decisions?
Well,
because we do. Yes, that's on us.
Sometimes.
You brought her funny pants today.
I mean, it's just something that came up.
I think this was a request by the Planning Commission, not planning staff, to be clear, right?
And we heard
I
it a
love
lot
requests, but I also
from the community.
I also like being realistic, and I always err on the under promise and over deliver side. And if we need to disappoint the public, I seem to be doing that lately. So I'm happy to do it once more if we need to adjust that number for sanity's sake.
I understand what the Planning Commission was asking for, and I do think there's valid reasons for any organization or person or body to ask us to go faster than we're doing, and that's something that I'm frustrated by a lot. But in this case, I don't know that we want a shot clock over our heads telling us when we have to make a decision, because I think there's just so much we have to consider when citing a homeless resource center. So I
agree.
Personally,
the 90,
even though I like,
if this was like a slam dunk every time, easy to make decision, I still would be scared of the 90 days. Invariably, we saw when you cited the original HRCs what it did to certain neighborhoods in our cities. This almost invariably every time will bring out community members who need to be heard, and that 90-day clock will work against that public process. I agree with the prioritizing, like, as soon as it's done, getting it to planning.
Tarbit?
Oh, would you feel more comfortable if it was 90 days upon receipt of the transmittal arriving in the council office?
I thought that's
Or if it was
Probably,
90 days
180.
for, like, scheduling it, but I would,
I think if we don't have a timeline, welcome to everything else. Like, I mean, there's about 5 things we can all think of, one particularly that we still haven't decided on. That I think if we don't have a timeline, then we will end up in this like washing machine cycle of discussion over and over again, knowing that like at the end of the day, we do have to make a decision. And or we're just stalling until then it's like too late or something, and right? So I like the idea of once we've received something, we have those 90 days
I'm fine with that.
or 120 days, but that seems a little too much, but like somewhere in there. But once we've received it, then it needs to get on the agenda. We need to talk about it.
And I'd rather us be thorough, because
120
like
days
you
is like a
said,
legal thing in my brain, right? We do this.
but I also feel like it's a thoroughness thing too, right? Like Darren was saying, these are humans who we're putting into these places. We need you all to take as much time as you need to do what you do to keep residents safe. And so 90 days after it gets to us feels a little safer to me. It still feels like, sorry, council staff, you're allowed to hate me in perpetuity.
what if, so what's the remedy if that 90-day clock is not met? It's automatically approved or automatically denied?
There is no remedy in the code.
So we're kind of talking about an aspirational goal.
Yeah, well, I mean, the reality is, someone holds it against you for not making a decision within that time frame, right? One option that you could also consider, and this isn't necessarily related to approving homeless shelters or homeless resource centers, but there are situations in other cities where the council is obligated by law to have a public hearing within a certain amount of dates. That doesn't mean you're required to make a decision.
That feels really comfortable.
But some cities do require their council to hold a public hearing within a certain number of days of receiving a proposal, like a zoning change.
I think that's appropriate because then we're ensuring that the
It doesn't get
public
too-
has a chance to come and talk to us about it before we sit around and deliberate and
Could we,
bet about it.
I like that idea a lot, but can we still have, after that public hearing, the council still needs to make a decision within X amount of days?
So what if it's like 45 days before a public hearing happens and then 90 days from the public hearing before a decision is made? I'm just throwing that out there.
I didn't understand your timeline.
So that I think 90 days to just schedule a hearing I don't know. Is that an appropriate amount of time?
I'm trying to kind of think on the fly here. If we get typically if we get a transmittal, it's about 2 weeks before we've realized, if it requires 4 weeks of noticing, 2 weeks of noticing, things like that. So I don't know. I mean, I feel like 90 days to schedule a public hearing feels comfortable.
And then-
I would defer to you guys about once you've held the public hearing, how many days feels comfortable after the public hearing to decide.
I think that typically what we have done with other things, maybe not things that are so controversial or whatever, but that we usually take action at the next formal meeting after we've had a public hearing. And so you could say 90 days to schedule a public hearing, and then we take action at the next formal meeting.
Or just leave yourself open, 90 days may be too long, but, 60 days, because that's a long time after even stuff that we have now. We had our first public
But
hearing.
you could say within 90 days.
Yeah, sure, okay.
Legalese it,
Yeah,
right? So
okay.
a public hearing would have to be held within 90 days of receiving the transmittal from the planning or whatever from the planning commission, and then the council would take action at the next. If we really wanted to legalize it, you could be at like the next most reasonable time thereafter or something, and then we don't have to actually say the next formal meeting, but a reasonable time thereafter.
I'm not entirely opposed to this. I guess I do feel like, as a council member representing a district with a homeless resource center, I would hate for that decision to be to not be given the amount of time, because we're talking about permanent homeless resource centers. We're not talking about temporary ones. Temporary ones, absolutely, but
Right.
there is no council process for that. So I feel a little, just slightly concerned that we would be giving ourselves a deadline for something.
But I think that's
like
why
this. But
I
maybe we
suggested reasonable instead of an actual time frame, because let's say something comes up within the public hearing that we say, holy cow, this was a whole thing that we didn't even think about. You could say something like it would be reasonable to take time to look into something and create like that space. So you're just saying at some point you need to decide. Is basically all that vague language says. I'm looking at
There's
Katie.
some level of this 90-day thing that we may be comfortable with, but a little more flexibility than what the Planning Commission recommended directly. Is that fair to summarize?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have some questions about
Councilor
size.
Dugan and then Valdemaro.
On the size of the resource center, right now the text amendment now says maximum size of 200 beds, right? And that just probably came out from what our current HRCs are of 200 beds.
Correct.
And that land-wise, just for the public's information, could be an acre and a half or 2 acres, 3 acres size-wise of contiguous space. Now, there's the other recommendation from the Planning Commission about up to 40 beds for conditional use, so we could actually have a quicker process for HRC up to 40 beds, and which would be a much smaller location. And where did 40 beds come from, and how does that fit into different areas and actually into the HRCs and the service providers' ability to 40 beds?
So the 40 beds, I mean, I'm just going to be completely blunt. The Planning Commission kind of threw a number out. But that 40 beds is somewhat tied to the method that the city of Denver adopted in 2021, which basically created 4 different tiers of sizes for homeless shelters and where they could go. With the smallest, basically, they had 10 and under, 10 to 20, 20 to 40. No, wait,
I
10
have
to
a
40,
slide. There's a
40
slide.
to 100, and then above 100.
The medium.
And the Planning Commission didn't really discuss a number. It was literally kind of done during their motion. So we mentioned that we were very hesitant to put a number on it, primarily because when the city of Denver published a report after their ordinance had been in effect for 1 year, and it indicated that they don't have enough data to know if it's actually working or if the numbers were right. So we were really hesitant. And when you talk to them, that story hadn't changed by the fall of last year. So that report was issued in July or August of 2022. So long story short, it doesn't seem to be related to any other number of that we have in our code, particularly with specialty housing that addresses the total occupancy number. So
Okay, and that 40 also, this would be conditional use, so it wouldn't have to have the overlay imposed on it, correct?
That's
That's
absolutely
right.
correct, yes.
So that is a big difference also. They could have a conditional use to put a 40-bed HRC. They still have to go through all the requirements that we've listed in the, of security and a plan and the mental clinic in the front also for a 40 unit. Is that true?
Medical.
The medical, sorry, medical, sorry. You gave me that look and I'm like, what did so the medical clinic.
Sorry.
Thank you for the questioning look because of what I said. So yeah, the medical, that would still be required in the 40-bed unit, but this is conditional use, so they could actually put that in there with a lot quicker, but just as great or even a greater impact to a community without really having to come back to us.
I think the fair statement is we don't know what that impact would be because we just don't have any evidence to base it on. And we can't find anyone that's done that has publish the information to know what those impacts might be. So we would be solely relying on our ability to enforce against a conditional use that violated one of the standards of the conditional use.
Right, so I would be very hesitant to
To go that route.
go that route if it's too many unknowns on that area. And I also just, the 200 beds and the 3 acres or so, I still have some concerns here, but those are the big ones at this point right now.
Councilmember Valdemoros?
Thank you, Dan. And I think that it's a good segue for my comments and my questions. I think what we're trying to review here is the existing conditional use that the HRCs are in the existing locations right now. So it was my hope that we would look at the conditional use as is, and then look at the impacts, like what has happened in those. Has any of those conditions in that use been violated? And if they have been violated, then how do we need to change them? Do we need to enforce better on it? What do we do to help the next batch of HRCs so that they're not as impactful in the community as the currently ones are? So what I see with the new standards, we're just changing maybe 4 or 5 things to the conditional, the conditions that we have right now, but not necessarily, to me, it's just an addition to what we have, but not necessarily a change or an improvement on, or a solution to the things that we are struggling with right now. These are great, like the new standards for the new ones, great, the new batch, great. Like, prohibit firearms. Obviously, I can't believe we didn't have it before. Can we add more other weapons to this requirement? We don't want weapons inside HRCs, period. Like, SEPTED, great idea. Obviously, we think we already do this, but we don't, but that's okay. Like, we're fixing that. Fence height, another great idea, because we see that we have the WYCA, like, needing that for the purpose, and of course, we want to increase that, the fence heights. But in terms of the impacts, like the real impacts of what's been happening, that's what I'm still unclear of. I think I have requested of the administration, and I asked publicly, the budgetary impacts for us on, let's say, police and fire department calls. Like, what does it cost the taxpayers to host an HRC in their neighborhood? That's like number one question for us, I think, to know, because if we're going to allow another one in anywhere in the city, we ought to know how much it costs the taxpayers so that we can budget for it.
Correct.
Question, number one, like, how much does it cost in terms of emergency and safety within the HRC and without and outside the HRCs? What other things have impacted the neighbors? Because of those conditions, like, and other things that happen outside the neighborhoods. And I know we talk about this, some things we cannot solve with zoning. And I know, I always remember Nick saying, there are some things that we cannot solve with zoning. It's not a land use issue. But I think this body needs to figure that out as well. What are those things that we need to do to prepare for if we're going to allow new HRCs in any neighborhood of the city, so that we don't run into issues, in the neighborhoods? Obviously, we want to house people. We want to have these resources, the resource centers, but I feel like maybe HRCs are good to have. Maybe we should allow a few more, but I think we need to focus more on permanent supportive housing and the type of housing like First Step House, where they actually help with behavioral issues, with mental health issues, and other issues that are problematic in the city sometimes, and they do a really good job. So I am not full on yet with this proposal. I think it's a good start, but I think we need to analyze more how we're going to prepare for new HRCs in any neighborhood? Like, are we ready with this? Is this good enough for the neighborhoods? Is this proposal good enough so that a neighborhood will be happy to host one new HRC?
Councilmember Valdemoros. Oh, can I? No, yep.
Go ahead.
Who is that? Oh, Kelsey.
Can I just address a couple of your comments and
Sure.
questions? I would say that the HRC overlay is a pretty significant departure from our prior conditional use process. Conditional uses are essentially mandated by state code, right, for an approval, and we're fairly limited on what we can require because we have to just bare minimum mitigate said impact. Under this new proposal, you'll see on line 366, there are additional factors to consider. These are for the city, and so that takes budget considerations and impacts the city departments and services. That includes fire, police, as well as civil enforcement. And so all of these concerns that we've heard over the past number of years, as well as the concerns we heard from engaging in our city departments and divisions, are taken into consideration with this ordinance.
Councilmember Pui? Oh, sorry, did you have?
No, that's fine.
Okay,
Thanks.
Councilmember Pui?
This is actually perfect for what I have a thought here. Since we are taking that in consideration, I would like to add another step to this process. After the building permit is issued, that there is a reporting mechanism, talking about those impacts to city services. So every so often they need to come and, we need to come up and report to the city council, are there impacts to city services and what were those and how much that cost? Are there impacts to the neighbors? And right now through the process, we are informing the neighbors about this, right? Can we do that maybe every 2 years or something like that and say, hey, what are your impacts that you're seeing in your neighborhood? So then we have that information. We're gathering information back. And also part of the decision making here talks about the effectiveness of their security plans. I would like to get reports back of that. Are they effective, right? Because we're doing it ahead of it. We're doing it ahead. What we need to know if it's working after the fact. So I would like to add another step to that process after the building permit is put together, to come back and report back to us what are the issues that are happening, can we measure it, and then we can actually make decisions. And all that information can help us to talk to the legislature and say, it's not enough, right, what you're giving us for mitigation money, or is not, see, these are the issues that we need to work on. So, let's build something into this process that gives us data back and a reporting mechanism that we can use to improve the system. And just a second thought, when we were talking about crime prevention through environmental design, and thank you for making these changes and allowing these future HRCs areas to access this tool and deviate sometimes from the ordinance. I wonder if this is really unrelated to this, but somewhat related. Could it be? Could that be allowed in other areas of the city where there is other service providers that they also work with those chronically homeless? Or those suffering through substance abuse, so they can also, build higher fences, or put some more lights, or things that might, the current ordinance might not allow. So I would like to see that ordinance maybe, or those rules be allowed in other areas. Now, how do we narrow that down? It's a good question, but I would like to explore that path too. I mean, in the west side, we have quite a bit of service providers. And sometimes there is very negative impacts, and I want to make sure that those neighbors have the tools within the code or a process to deviate from the code to keep themselves and their businesses safe.
So can I rephrase what you're saying and make sure I'm understanding
Yes.
it? So the SEPTED, you're talking about specifically the allowance for, was it planning director or community neighbors to zoning administrator to take SEPTED principles into consideration for doing administrative exceptions to certain requirements? And Councilor Mpui's asking if we could have that process be something that's in our code that could apply to more than just HRCs. It could apply to, I don't know where we draw the line.
Yeah, I think that's probably a separate
conversation.
thing. One of the things that has come to light recently that many of you have probably heard of in the news, and this isn't local to Salt Lake, but a lot of like our utility infrastructure has been targeted for various vandalism and things like that, and some of the utility companies are requesting things like
Taller fences.
yeah, different types of fences and things like that. So there might be some need to do that,
Okay.
which could include some of these other uses that do probably need a higher level of kind of self-protection. I think I was probably how I'd put it
Yeah.
than other uses.
I think that would make a big deal for me, and I know that it's related, but in different context. But I think that will be a big deal for, and the draw could be lying on organizations that are working with mental health and chronically homeless, and then, they could, you put that dot in there, and around a circumference, you can say, okay, you could go beyond. And I don't know, that's how it might seem simple, but I know that that's not how it is. But the other important part of my comment was to add another step to the overlay process.
Yeah, I have a question about that. I actually think it'd be nice for that after the SEPTED review from PD happens, if there was another way. And so maybe it's not after the certificate of occupancy or the building permit's issued. Maybe it's like we say yes, but we get a chance to review the SEPTED report. And because my thought is there's probably some things that would require funding from this body in order to implement in the SEPTED report, like street lighting beyond the perimeter. So I'm wondering if somewhere in that step, we could say, yeah, the SEPTED review happens. Whoever does that can say yes or no, but also make recommendations that come back to us that then the onus is on us to act on those, to implement some of those things. Because I imagine some of the SEPTED principles and things that need to happen regarding an HRC are going to be things that we will have to fund as a city, not necessarily the private property owner.
I like that, and I would like to make sure that there is a process for it, like a continuous reporting mechanism year after year. Yeah.
Okay. Council members, any thoughts on that? Is everyone kind of in agreement with those, asking staff to review some of those ideas?
Can I just make one small clarification? Councilmember Valdemoros said she wants to make sure people are happy to host these in the neighborhood. And I think we need to acknowledge that there might be some neighborhoods that might never be happy. My goal is to do what cities and what public safety does, which is to ensure that they are safe, that they are dignified, humane, that they do not detract from what's going on around them. And your community has been incredibly gracious to host every problem so that we can collect the data and make sure that it goes. But even with a well-crafted ordinance, there's a high likelihood that we will get a lot of unhappiness coming toward us when it comes time to cite these. And it will behoove us to prepare ourselves to stand in that gap and to navigate how do we advocate for the safety, the security, the prosperity, the future of the community and people who are homeless, and maybe allow them to work on their own happiness outside of the chamber.
Thank you. Okay.
I think I had another comment.
Okay, last comment.
Thank you. Yeah.
11 minutes behind.
And Victoria, you bring a good point. Unfortunately, we have not been able to, some service providers and some HRCs in District 4, and yeah, my district has been extremely graceful. So thank you to the constituency that has been patiently, working with the HRCs with us to make it safe for themselves and for people in the HRCs, around the HRCs. What I was trying to say, we have some examples of things that have worked and are not as impactful in the city. And I think when I say people will be happy, if we had this type of of service providers or this type of groups that are that are really good neighbors and are really making a difference as well, maybe we need to invest more time and more funding to those type of solutions, because the HRCs essentially are temporary ones. Like supposedly for folks are to be there temporary, try to get with a service that they need, whatever it be, work or housing or medical services, and move on to the next step, which could be a first step house or a permanent supportive housing, whatever that might be, or deeply affordable unit, whatever. So maybe that's what I was trying to think, okay, maybe we focus more on those than allowing more HRCs and more HRCs, or maybe we do have a cap and then we really focus on the other ones. That's what I was trying to say, and I think people would be happy with that.
I think thanks for that clarification,
Thank you.
because the homeless resource center should never be a person's permanent residence. It should always be a place that they flow through to somewhere like First Step House or somewhere,
Or
some permanent supporting house or permanent private housing.
Right.
So absolutely. Okay, let's move on to item number 3.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, did I miss something?
may I ask one favor?
Yes.
We need direction on one more item. It's the one Councilmember Dugan brought up on the 40-bed planning commission, just because that is in the ordinance, and if that is something the council's not comfortable with, we would need a straw poll or direction from you to tell the planning staff to take that out.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with that in the ordinance.
Okay, I have a follow-up question on that then. Aren't there other uses like that are allowed through conditional use in all residential zoning, like group homes?
Yeah, they tend to limit the number to 6.
To 6 people?
Yeah, in the smaller density residential zones, up to, I think we have one that's like 6 that's a middle ground up to like 17, and then there's one that's larger, like large group homes are more than 7, but not with a cap. And those are only allowed in zoning districts that allow more high density, basically.
Could, under that group home ordinance, could they open a group home but operate it for people experiencing homelessness?
If they meet all the other requirements for a group home, including being licensed by the state, which is a key thing. So they have to provide some treatment.
I do like the idea. I think 40 is probably too high and has all the unintended consequences that we don't know, but we already have a similar pattern. So if we could match it to the number, and I don't know if there's ever a homeless resource center for 6 people, if like that would ever be a thing that the providers would do. But if we could match it to the number that we do for group homes, I would be more comfortable with it, but 40 to me feels too high.
And as it's written right now, it's at 40. So, and as Nick said, there hasn't been a lot of understanding there, and there's a lot of unknown consequences to it. So either we pull it, or they just have to review those numbers and maybe adjust a bit. But as it's written now, I think it's it'd be not in our best interest to leave it at 40 and as it's written.
I would like to just throw this out there because one of the main issues the providers had was staffing. And the smaller that the units are, the more the staffing that they need. Therefore, not being able to service the community that we need to service. So by making it smaller, we are adding another burden into the providers to double up on staff, which is one of the big problems we have. So just throwing that out there, I know that 40 might seem a lot, and I might agree with that, but I also want us to remember that we might be adding another problem to the providers to solve, which is at the end affecting us in the streets and affecting those that are trying to find a safe place to sleep at night.
Understand, but this one would just be a conditional use, so it wouldn't come back to us. So it wouldn't be like the overlay. It would be separate from the overlay. So we need to, if we want to have it in our court, then you say, yes, you can have any size, but still have to come back to us with a maximum size of 200. This one was saying that up to 40, it could be conditional use and it doesn't come back to us, in which that's the part that concerns me. I understand the providers have this worry about the sizes and the funding, but 40 beds, they can do that at any time. So I don't agree with that.
And I think what I'm saying is there probably is a threshold at which I would be okay with it being a conditional use, but it's probably closer to the group home threshold than 40 beds.
And I could possibly also be there too.
So I don't know. So I guess, Nick Tarbett, we are not comfortable with the 40 beds. I'm hearing that we're not comfortable with the 40 beds, but that if there's some way that could be lowered and match the group home, or just maybe some feedback from staff on as to whether there's a clean, easy path to go through, and if not, I think that's probably a no.
I just want one real quick thing. you know, the Miami project that we've done, right? Levels, different levels, HRCs, should be temporary, should be infrequent, permanent supportive housing, mental health, all that stuff. We need to keep working on that, and we are doing that, because if we do it well and do it right, then the number of HRCs would need to come down, and we have plenty of HRCs. Then we can have plenty of HRCs across the Wasatch Front, not just isolated to Salt Lake City.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, we need to move on after this.
I know, but the group home is 6 people and this is 40. I mean,
It's a huge difference.
It's a huge
Yeah.
difference. So I don't know if it's worth staff time to think about a new group home of 15, you know, or an HRC of 15 or 20. I mean, I don't know.
My preference is not, we're going to have some other changes that we're going to have to make to the code
Okay.
to address some of the issues.
I'm
and
okay
I think
with that.
just adds to it.
Yeah,
So then the direction is to just not look at it.
not look at it
Take
and
it out.
then.
Is everyone okay with that? I'm okay with that.
So that would be to remove the planning commission recommendation of 40 as a conditional use.
Yes, and propose amendments to the 90-day thing.
Yeah, we got that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, council members. We are on item number 4, Citizen Compensation Advisory Committee 2023 Annual Report. 3, yep, I've totally missed that one. Thanks. 3 is funding allocations for the 1-year action plan for community development block grants and other federal grants for fiscal year 2023 to 2024. We have Ben Ludke from council policy staff to give us an introduction. Tony Milner, the director of HAND, or Housing Stability, Heather Royale, and Dylan Hayes, also with Housing Stability, to present this. I'm going to run and grab my sheet.
And then, before we start, just want to make sure all the council members have a copy of the funding log. They were put at your cubicle, and then we have more in the corner if needed, including anyone in the public.
Thank you, Ben.
Did you say go?
I guess, yeah, that was your introduction, Ben? Okay, go ahead.
Thanks for your seat, Ben. And thanks, Council Chair, council members, council staff, for giving me a minute. This is my 4th time getting to present to you our recommendations for our annual HUD and community development grants. These are one of those rare lines of funding that we get straight from the federal government, and it's with a lot of passion and community input that we bring you these recommendations. And there's a lot of amazing and valuable activities and programs that you see listed right there. Our annual allocation from HUD is an opportunity for us to provide direct services to our residents who are low to moderate income, vulnerable, and often historically underserved populations and neighborhoods. The HUD funding that the city will receive this year for FY 23-24 included some minor increases in funding, and for the home funding specifically, a slight decrease. Continued and increased HUD funding will be critical as our one-time COVID-related CARES Act and ARPA Emergency Housing Stabilization Fund is winding down. The federal increases in funding that support the preservation and creation of affordable housing and increases in more equitable opportunities such as home and CDBG will be particularly important as the cost of living remains at all-time highs right now. Basically, these dollars have never been more needed. The following recommendations that you have now will advance a lot of the city's goals, 5 of them in particular, that are all included in our 5-year consolidated plan with HUD, including affordable housing, homeless services, building a resilient community, and behavioral health. And even though there's no new transportation projects proposed in this list right now, big improvements will continue to be made this year with some of the ongoing multi-year projects like transit stops and pedestrian crossing improvements. As a heads up, we will be starting as a city the process this year for our next HUD 5-year consolidated plan, which is 2025 to 2029, and you as the council will be an integral part of our process there, just to put that on your horizon.
This year, the recommendations include some agencies that are new to the city's HUD funding proposal, like Wasatch Community Gardens. And there's some new and diverse programs like the 4th Street Clinic's Health and Housing Transition Program to stabilize formerly unhoused individuals into housing. I'm also happy to report that some of the recommendations advance the goals that we set out for this year for our administration in 2023. One of those is another ICAST project. You'll see it at the top, toward the top of the list. And that's recommended for funding under CDBG. It's a rehabilitation and decarbonization project that would convert a transitional housing property of 17 units from natural gas to more energy efficient electricity, improving the weatherization of each unit and helping to improve the air quality for all city residents. There's also funding recommended for several housing programs that aim to provide new home ownership opportunities and to improve long-term affordability throughout the city. Kicking this off right now also begins the public comment process, and I know you have a hearing scheduled during the formal meeting this evening. We hope, of course, that city residents will keep talking to us about these, as well as the applicants, and help weigh in on your ultimate decision. I have to send out my appreciation, of course, to the residents who are on the advisory board, who pore over hours and hours of many applications and have to make some pretty tough recommendations when there's never quite enough money for the application needs that are requested. We wish we could fund them all, and I remember being on the council and having to make some hard decisions to see that they went where we hoped. I also want to thank our great Housing Stability Division, who are sitting here before you for facilitating this annual process every year and giving you technical expertise on these funds. So I present these recommendations to you for your final review, or your review and your final recommendations, rather. And thank you. I look forward to seeing everything good these funds are going to do out in the community. Thanks for giving me a minute.
Thank you, Mayor. Tony, did you or your staff have additional?
I have an introduction
Ben
for the
does now.
council as
Okay.
well.
Got it.
I wanted to point out for reference the second to last page of the funding log. It has the consolidated plan, the 5-year plan goals and strategies. This is a handy reference, and each of the applications, as you go through the funding log, in the far right column, it'll identify which of the goals is being advanced in order to qualify. So as the mayor mentioned, we're nearing the end of the 5-year plan. In each 5-year plan, the council identifies which goals and strategies you want to prioritize. So if there's something missing or that you want to continue, it's helpful to keep that in mind, let the staff know early as we start working on the next 5-year plan. Scott, can you please put up the first page of the staff report? There's a chart on the first page which compares the amount of funding that is requested compared to what is available. There it is. This situation happens every year where the amount requested exceeds what's available. So we have total funding that's almost $11 million that was requested, but the available funding is $2 million less. However, note for HOPWA, Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS, the amount of funding available is more than what was requested. That is unusual, and we'll come back to this in a second. So we'll go to the chart on page 3 next, and this takes a 8-year look at how much CDBG funding is going to housing. And I wanted to point this out because there's an upward trend. More of this funding source is going to support the city's policy goal for housing. And one of the ways this is happening, you may recall last month during a Housing Stability Division briefing, they talked about program income. So these are funds that were repaid loans. It's called program income. It previously sat in accounts, sometimes for years before it was used. And the new approach is each year to take program income and add it to the annual HUD grants. This makes more funding available each year, And this is one of the ways that we're able to put more funding into housing. And then one more chart on the next page.
Mr. Chair,
Councilmember Fowler?
thank you. Sorry, Ben. And thank you for bringing that up. I feel that something that would help me as we go through this funding log is if we, the last couple of months between sort of the last ARPA funding, some CDBG leftover ARPA funding stuff, the housing money, you know, we did 6 million. There's been a lot going on through the CAN and HAND. It's called, I'm sorry, I won't be able to not call it HAND. If I could kind of like get all of those things in an easy to view look at where over the last 3 months we have been funding things, because then, I mean, there are some programs here that were not recommended for funding that I'd like to fund, and if I can think, oh, well, we gave something similar to this over with this money, then I don't feel bad taking it because I know that we've given it. Does that make sense? And so I think like we've been doing a lot of this different funding sources in the last 3 months or so. So being able to visualize that a little bit like in a full way, if we could do that, that would be helpful.
We can put together a summary of recent housing funding, both ongoing and one time, because there's more now than I remember ever having before. So we'll try to get that for the next briefing.
Thanks, Councilmember Fowler.
The chart that's up on the screen, this is over the same 8-year period as the previous chart, but this is only looking at the HOPWA funding. And there's a market increase. So over these 8 years, the funding has more than doubled. This is because there was a change in the federal formula to determine how much funding each jurisdiction should be getting for this grant. And it was phased in. This is why there's like a step increase over each year. It's now been fully implemented, but I wanted to point out that unlike the other 3 grants, which have pretty much stayed flat or actually decreased, this one has significantly increased. So there may be an opportunity, as we saw earlier, for the applications, which were less than the available funding. There may be an opportunity for the city to work with the community service providers who use these funds to better plan for how to use them over the coming years. It's also nice to share some good news. Yes. And then the last table is on page 7. This is a summary of the funding sources for all 4 grants. There's the annual award from HUD, and you'll see for CDBG and for home, there's program income included as well. And this will now be every year, you'll see this included. Previous years, sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't. The new policy is to include it every year. And then when it says recaptured funding, this happens every year. It's where someone who was awarded funding previously wasn't able to use it by the deadline, and so it's being recaptured and made available for use again. And it's a little unpredictable how much will be available each year, so some years it's more than others.
Go ahead, Councilmember Fowler.
Thank you. This may be in your staff report, and I'm sorry if it is and I didn't see it, but do we have information on that recaptured funding, who it came from, and why? Because one of the things we talk about, and I'm pointing to Tony and everyone at the table because it happens every year, is when we get really excited about something and want to fund even more, and then it's like, oh, is this a capacity issue? Is this, and so in order to kind of fix some of that, if that's what it is, I would love to know where that recaptured funding is coming from, and if there's something on our end, again, that we can be efficient in where we're putting money. That makes sense.
So I didn't put a breakdown of the recaptured funding in the staff report, but we do have those details. So I can email it out to the council, and then we can add it for the updated staff report too.
Thank you, Ben.
There's 5 policy questions on pages 3 and 4 of the staff report. I'll just point out 2 of them. There is in question 2 a list of 5 programs operated by the Housing Stability Division. They're proposed to receive altogether a little over $2.4 million. You may recall from briefings last month that these programs don't currently have legislative policy guidance from the council, and the council expressed interest in revisiting this, and the division is working on draft policies to bring to you. But since this is funding being recommended before you would get to look at the policy guidance, we just wanted to highlight that. And if you had any initial policy feedback you wanted to share, this would be an opportunity. The other question I'll highlight is number 3. It's a proposal to use a portion of the home grant funding and add it to the RDA's Notice of Funding Availability, or NOFA. So HUD requires that 15% of the annual award for home be set aside for community housing development organizations. And the city has struggled to meet that requirement some years. This year and last year, there were no applications from qualifying organizations to use these funds. So this is a new approach to take some of that home grant funding and add it into the RDA NOFA to see if that is more successful. Mr. Chair, we can open it up if you want to talk more policy questions, or typically the council goes page by page to identify any project-specific questions or potential funding shifts so that we have time to gather responses for the follow-up briefing next month.
Could you just give me a gut check on, I'm looking at this, and to me, it strikes me as there are fewer requests going unfilled than there are in previous years. Is that true?
Yes.
And what is accounting for that? Just people ask for less, or all those other funding sources filled up there?
I would say a little bit of both. Is there's more funding available, but also fewer applications.
Okay. Because it seems to be much sadder most years of all the things that we can't fund, so that's good. Council members, would you like to go line by line now? Or are there any policy questions you want to go through first? Let's go line by line.
Okay. Scott,
and yes, thank you. This is not the only time we will talk about this. So we will, let's try and keep this to the scheduled time. That means 10 more minutes for this. And then we have another briefing that we'll discuss it again in a couple weeks. I don't know. April 4th.
Right, April 4th. The vote isn't scheduled until April 18th. So there's additional time beyond the 4th if needed.
Thank you.
Scott, can you put up attachment 2? It's the funding log, and we'll start on page 1.
It's kind of hard to see on the screen. I wonder if council members just want to look at their logs in person.
So Ben, are you going to walk us through line by line, or what's the process?
If you want me to, sure.
Yes.
We typically will just say page 1. Do council members have any questions on the applications?
That's
Or
fine.
are there any applications that you'd be interested in shifting funding to or from?
Just a question on assist. Why was it increased from their requested amount? Everyone was increased.
Yeah, so
But there are
in this
unfulfilled.
category under the housing as well as
got it.
the next one, we had, with what was available,
Was increased,
everyone
okay.
ended up getting more than
I
the
mean-
initial request.
Was looking at public services, but they were all blue, so I forgot that they were separate categories. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can are we still on just page 1?
Yeah, let's stay on page 1 until.
Okay, I'll wait till page 2 then.
Okay, I think we can move to page 2.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes.
can we talk about application number in housing? So obviously, we're in CDBG under the housing. So application number 1, application number 4, application number 5, and application number 7, and, well, those ones for now.
1, 4, 5, and 7.
Yes. So each of those applications, from what I'm looking at, and somebody please correct me if I'm wrong, well, they may be from different organizations. 3 of them are from our Housing Stability Division, but then number 1 is from an outside organization. Are all housing repair or business repair? And I think if we add up that total, it's like probably close to 2 million, if not more, 2.3 million at a quick back of the hand. Can somebody, I know that there's lots of things that need to be repaired, and I want to make sure we're assisting people to stay in their homes and be safe in their homes and all of those things, but can somebody kind of walk me through some of, and several of them, the 3 that are from our own neighborhood improvements. Looks like the 3 that are Housing Stability are all increased from what they were asking. The recommendation is for more than that, just by a few tens of thousands of dollars, but still. So I kind of just want to go walk through those things. That's $2+ million on repair.
Sure.
Programs.
Yeah, good question. And Chair, would you like us just to kind of go through just briefly,
The
very
differences
briefly, just
between-
the differences? Yeah.
And
I'm
why,
gonna ask-
why we need 4 programs.
And then
I guess
Dylan,
is
just
the
to kind of go
question, right?
through and then walk through who they are and the differences between them.
That'd be great. Thanks, Dylan.
Yeah, so number 1 is Assist, and they're kind of focused more on mobility impairments and improvements related to that. So that is a thing that maybe differentiates that program. Number 7 is
Seniors.
Oh, and seniors, yeah. So people with mobility impairments and also seniors to age in place, ramps and other sorts of home improvements to allow for that. Then, the difference between 4 and 5 with the housing stability repair ones is the small repair program is also targeting seniors, and that's capped at $1,000, and that has to do with regulatory things that kick in above that amount.
Sorry, was that number 4?
5 is the
Seniors capped at
is the
1,000.
Seniors that's capped at 1,000,
Grant-based.
and that's grant-based awards. And then the 7 is NeighborWorks, and that is the program that they applied for. And sorry, was there additional clarification between the programs that you needed, or?
So 4 is, how is 4 different from 5? It's not targeted towards seniors?
Yeah, 4 is not targeted towards seniors and can do larger repairs that are above. The small repair program is really targeted for, really minor repairs around the home.
Or also grant-based, or is that loan-based?
That one is loan-based.
Yeah.
Loan-based. Okay, so 4 is a loan program, 5 is a grant program targeted for seniors, lower cap. 1 is going to assist, which is also for seniors, but also people with mobility impairment. And this is actually for salaries and operational plus direct funding for properties.
Correct.
Okay, and then how does NeighborWorks program differentiate between those 2?
They are also potentially providing down payments as well as part of their application in that one. And I think that would probably be the biggest difference. I might need to get more specifics back to you if there are programmatic differences. I wouldn't want to necessarily provide incorrect information. But I will say that, among all of the rehabilitation providers, that there is pretty good communication between them. If they get applicants that, qualify for other ones, they will refer to each other.
So I guess-
Another quick difference is just those other ones, the ones run by the direct service programs run by the city, but then also Assist are usually border to border throughout the city, where NeighborWorks has a large footprint that they work and kind of give priority to on the west side.
Okay, so then the number 5 one, it seems to me like the most overlapping would be 1 and 5.
Thinking that, I don't know why we wouldn't just give
that to Assist.
5 to 1.
I guess, can we ask Assist if, yeah.
Can I provide a little bit of
yes,
clarification? There is
please
a
do.
little bit of overlap. And actually, if it's helpful, we've put together internally kind of a comparison chart, if you will, amongst all these different housing programs where there are similarities, where there are differences, where there might be overlap. And we have a monthly project partners coordination meeting where we all hop on a call as well and talk through projects. But if it's helpful, we can provide that chart for a future briefing for you.
That would be very helpful.
But where Assist is specifically focused on accessibility issues, so they won't go in, for example, and usually just do like a quick furnace fix. The small repair is open to more than accessibility issues. While it could address accessibility issues, it's also a little bit broader in scope.
So if a person that is a senior and has a repair that is not related to accessibility and is less than $1,000 needed help, they could go to number 5, whereas they could not apply to number 1. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Even though, I mean, the description, and I haven't obviously looked at the applications, but it says it provides stuff such as plumbing, heating, electrical, radon testing, and mitigation, roof repair, accessibility ramps, and accessibility design projects. But you're saying their main focus is on mobility.
Correct. Their main focus is mobility and accessibility, and that's typically, they run all of their stuff through us as well. We have to do environmental reviews for every single project they do, and that is largely what they are focusing on, is accessibility and mobility, particularly grab bars, things that help people age in place. They can go outside of that, and they certainly would be allowed to based on the activity that they're under for CDBG, but that is their primary focus.
Can I ask just a quick follow-up question? I don't remember seeing this program in the past. Is this a new program? Or do I just, no, not Assist, or the Housing Stability Small Repair Program?
It's not new.
I didn't think it was, I just don't remember it.
That's okay.
So how many people do we get that come in and utilize that program? Would just quick guess off the top of your head, if you have it, that actually utilize that program per year?
Sure. It's like 80.
What was that?
It's like 80 to 100.
Oh, that's great. Okay, thank you.
Is there a log of like what was funded and things like that? And would that be appropriate
Available?
to share?
Yeah.
So we can get an idea of like what this has funded in the past.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, and this one's only $30,000, $40,000 too.
Yeah, it's a small amount,
Yeah.
and if that
Whereas line item
$40,000
one
is
is-
helping 80 people, that seems
Yeah,
good.
and the assist is
but-
almost $1 million, close to $1 million, 900,000.
Yeah, and they have design services and things like that too that they are also providing. It's not just fix the light switches.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Councilmember Pui, and then let's move on to the next item and come back to this.
And
on
this is a
April 4th.
question that applies maybe to all the ones that they have recommended money higher than what they requested. How are we supporting more of the salary side? Are we supporting everything equally, balance it all out, or do we want to make sure that they're putting that extra money into more outgoing, more grants or more loans or whatever they are doing, right? So this is a more generic question. In this case, they requested $800,000 assist, and they are recommended to get $926,000. That's $126,000 more than recommended. What are they using that money for? Salaries versus more outgoing money, and that I would prefer that it is more about outgoing money than salaries, but I think that's a question that I would like to pose there.
Councilmember Petro has a follow-up.
As the token nonprofit professional, general operating is important. Nonprofits need skillful people to execute their mission, and finding money to pay salaries is really hard. So if we can pay a salary and they can fundraise for a grab bar, I'm all for that. I have questions on number 6. I feel like we've had a lot of questions about community land trust and how that's actually operating. I think a few of us were even surprised that we have a community land trust already active. And so I would really, really, really like to resolve those questions and really get a lot of clarity on how it operates. Number 6, our housing stability shared equity programs. Typically, I'm super in support of it, but I want to make sure that we're clear on the structure and how it's moving as part of this conversation.
And just really quick, just to answer Councilman Pui's question, is anything that you'd like to kind of have the exact breakdown for direct services, direct client costs versus admin, that can be provided. Most of them do have caps for everything for CDBG. Everything their total ask, they can't go above 20% in admin. So kind of keep that in mind, but anything in more specific that can be provided.
That helps a lot. Thank you.
As for the community land trust, kind of getting more clarity on that, again, we're working with CAN and internally to bring forward assumed transmittal to kind of talk about the historical, the current parameters about that, so we can receive some legislative
Any chance
policy
we
guidance.
anticipate that before the 18th vote, or is there a cheat sheet we can get ahead of that to?
Probably not the full transmittal, but we can see.
If you can do like a cheat sheet or something that helps give more context to it, I would really appreciate it.
We can look into that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think similar to how you said there's a chart that, says the overlaps and difference between all these housing assistance programs. I think the overlaps and difference between the community land trust in hand, or in housing stability, and in RDA and the perpetual housing fund, and I know that's beyond hand, but if we can figure out how to get all of those things onto one page so we understand what this program does and does not, and vice versa for all the other ones, that would be helpful.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Quick. To this point, we give the Housing Stability Division $250,000, as is mentioned there. I would like to know what that do. And I love this program, but I just want to know what the money is doing, or are we holding the money or keeping the money? What is the plan here? So just to follow up on this idea.
So what happened with the $250,000 in fiscal year 2021?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like that answer too.
And what's going to happen with the 406 moving forward as well? Like, where is it going to? Is it, are we purchasing homes? Are we keeping it? So all of those things. Yeah.
I think, and I don't know that I can speak for the whole council, but for me, it's not because I don't want the community land trust to move forward. It's because I want it to move forward, and I want it to be as effective and as efficient as possible.
You're speaking for
me.
I
just want some more understanding as to what's happening where. So it's not that I don't want the program to happen, it's that I want it to be as successful as possible.
Yeah, agreed.
So thank you. All right, let's move on to item 4. This is the Citizen Compensation Advisory Committee 2023 Annual Report. Ben Ludke from council staff is still here, and then we have Mike Terry, the Citizen Compensation Advisory Committee Chair. Deb Alexander is not here with us today, and David Salazar, Compensation Program Manager. Is there anyone else with you, David? Great.
Just a quick intro. The CCAC is an official city committee, and per city code, each year they present an annual report and recommendations to the mayor and the council. It's due in March each year, which is intended to provide the recommendations before the annual budget. And I'll turn it over to David.
To me? Just really quick, I'll introduce Mike Terry, who is the chair of the committee this year. Of course, an independent committee. We act as support to them in the HR department. So this is really his show to present to you today, and I'll be here, of course, to address any other questions that might be more city-specific.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Mr. Terry, for serving the city.
Sure, thank you for having me. Again, the committee is, we're a volunteer committee, we're advisory. We come once a year and give you a report on a market study and sort of the compensation world, what we're seeing in trends within the HR and salary world. They're not here, but I'd like to introduce my board with me. Again, I'm Mike Terry, I'm the chair. Brandon Dew is my vice chair. We also have Jana Bake, Jeff Herring, Casey Lund, Ray Shelby, and Jeff Worthington on our board. And we are a diverse background, but all sort of have ties to compensation. We're municipal HR people, we're union representatives, we're benefits experts, and retired firefighters. So we have quite a unique group, but all very passionate about compensation, and especially the compensation for Salt Lake City employees. The overall theme, I guess, of this is that there are trends out there that are impacting compensation, and labor shortages is one, and inflation is the second one. And so the report talks primarily about those two main issues. And so to start off with, the research among global compensation consulting firms, including World at Work, Willis Towers, Watson, and Mercer, all reveal salary budgets and wages are increasing higher than ever. World at Work had a 2022-2023 budget survey that revealed that salary increase budgets, so the salary increases that are being budgeted for, reached their highest levels in 20 years in the United States, raising to an average of 4.1% in 2022, and are projected to increase again another 4.1% in 2023. Looking ahead to 2023, Sal DeFonso, Managing Director of Compensation and Rewards at Gallagher Benefits, said that the most salient trend he saw in 2022 is a break from the historic trend of 3% increases, that now that businesses are looking at 4 to 5% increases in 2023. Continuing on, there is no Utah Consumer Price Index, but the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics show that nationwide, the cost of market for urban consumers for a market basket of goods, services rose over 8% in 2022 compared to 4.7% in 2021. So inflation is a concern. We've heard that it may be easing a little bit, but it is still present as well. The other part that is sort of this perfect storm of getting good employees and paying them to come and to stay is the labor market. Mercer Senior Principal Lauren Mason stated that we see in our research and work with clients that labor shortages have been the key driver of heightened merit increases, not inflation. Mason specified that labor shortages, the cost of labor, and business performance were the top three factors organizations said were impacting their 23 budgets. So we have labor shortages and we have inflation as the two main drivers there. Here locally, Mark Nold, our chief economist at the state's Department of Workforce Services, said that all of 22 will be categorized as a robust economic year for Utah. For most of the year, job growth was above average. Job availability and labor utilization was so pervasive that the unemployment rate fell to a historical low of 2.0%. Continuing on to the top of page 3, the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics' latest state unemployment report marked the Beehive State starting the new year with the lowest unemployment rate in the nation at 2.2%. Although slightly higher at the national level, economists have noted 3.5% is the lowest unemployment rate seen in the U.S. in more than 50 years. So what that means is that, and Mark Nold said this in a video conference that I watched, that for every 2 job openings, there is 1 person looking to fill that job. So half of the jobs that are open are not being filled. And the supply and demand of this labor is such that with such demand for workers and the supply of these workers is not sufficient to meet the needs, the cost of this labor is, of course, going to go up. So our first recommendation as a committee, there in the middle of page 3, is considering these market conditions, labor shortages, and inflation. Our committee recommends that the council consider a salary budget increase of no less than 5%. And Our information is that this is consistent with what other local municipalities in the valley are doing. I personally work at Salt Lake County, and they did an 8%. I think 5% is within what is happening here in the valley. We also want to ensure that Salt Lake City is a pay leader. We understand that the type of work that Salt Lake City employees do is significantly different and more diverse than other municipalities in the valley. You offer services and deal with a public that is different than other municipalities, and your employees, I think, should be rewarded for that work. So section 2, this is, the first part is the market, compensation for the market, what trends are doing. The second one is market analysis of specific jobs. And what we do is we work with your human resource folks, David Salazar and his team, and they use a company called PayFactors, and PayFactors provides us with pay analysis, for the most part here locally, both private and public sector. And the reason we focus on the Wasatch Front is because we have found in the past that the majority of the applicants and the new hires here at the city are from the Wasatch Front. There has not been any evidence that a lot of out-of-state hiring is happening, and therefore we have focused most of our resources on the salary surveys that we do here locally. So the city has organized this salary study into 84 distinct benchmark groups, which is 1,382 employees, which is roughly 46% of the city's full-time, regular and full-time employees. There's so many job titles in the city, it would be impossible to survey all of them. So we survey benchmark groups, and we tie different jobs into these benchmark groups, and then we survey one of the jobs in the benchmark group, and then every other job in the benchmark group is tied to that benchmark. So for example, at the top of page 4, there's an accountant 1, an accountant 2, accountant 3, accountant 4. So in this example, we would survey the accountant 3, and if it is determined that accountant 3 is needing some sort of salary study or further market adjustment, then every accountant in that series would be adjusted by the same amount to keep them all spread out, accountants 1 through 4. And then if a particular benchmark job is significantly below market, we would make an adjustment to that job. Then we take all of the benchmarks that were surveyed, and we break them down into 3 separate and distinct groups. And the reason we do that is each of these 3 groups has a different pay philosophy, pay plan, practice, and structure. So the first group is AFSCME. Those are your representative union employees. The second group is public safety. That includes your firefighters and your police officers and your public safety dispatchers. And then the third group are your non-represented employees. And then we take those and we do a study, and we'll see on the following pages, but we look at 4 different criteria of each of these benchmarks. And so if a benchmark is 90% relative to the market, meaning it's 10% below average, below market, we would consider that significantly lagging, meaning we would want to look at that. If a benchmark is 90.1% to 98%, we would call that slightly lagging. And then if a job is 98.1% to 109.9%, we would call that competitive, meaning we're in line with what the market is paying. And then if we have a job that's 110%, that means we're 10% over what the market is paying, and we would call that significantly leading. So page 5 is where the AFSCME jobs are listed. And you can see that the key is at the top, that's significantly lagging. Those would be marked as, what would we say that is? Purple, pink, fuchsia?
Fuchsia, maybe.
Fuchsia.
I like fuchsia.
And then the next one's tangerine.
Sounds good.
Orange. So luckily for our AFSCME employees, we do not have any that are significantly lagging. We do have 5 benchmarks there that make up maybe a dozen employees that are slightly lagging. And these are sorted by the most lagging to the least lagging. So the ones at the top of this list would be the ones that we would look at first for market adjustments if funding allowed that. And then there are a group here in the middle, 19, that are competitive, and then we have a group down here at the bottom, 10 benchmarks in green that are significantly leading, which is good, meaning they don't need any sort of additional attention. The next page is our public safety. Again, luckily, we do not have any that are significantly lagging. Because this is something that we do every year, we hope to address these while they're in the slightly lagging phase before they get to significantly lagging. Occasionally, markets change, things change, and they do get into that significantly lagging. But luckily, in this case, we only have 3 benchmarks that are even slightly lagging, and all the rest are competitive with the public safety. And then for our non-representative employee groups, that chart is on page 8. There are 40 benchmark groups, and we do see 8, it looks like, that are significantly lagging. You can look at those job titles. They're IT jobs, the office facilitator 2, a paralegal, a licensed architect. Those are the types of positions that are significantly lagging. And then we have a handful, looks like 7 benchmarks that are slightly lagging. And then the rest are either competitive or significantly leading. So the reason we show this to you is that as funding allows, our recommendation is that those that are either significantly lagging or slightly lagging receive market adjustments and be brought up. And if push comes to shove and you're not able to address all of those lagging positions, we would hope that you would at least prioritize the significantly lagging first, and then, if possible, move on to the slightly lagging. At the end of the report, we do have some appendices for you to look at. I'm not going to go through them, but there's some interesting information on recruitment statistics, on turnover, and also I found it interesting that there's some information there on where are we hiring some of our police officers from. You successfully were able to rehire some of your police officers that left the city and decided to come back, and I applaud you for the steps that you have taken to make that happen, because attracting and retaining police officers is a very challenging thing at the moment, and I think you are making strides in improving that situation. And at that time, that's all I have to say at the moment. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have about our committee or any of the information I presented. We did kind of run through it quick.
I have a question on the recommendation. You said you're recommending a minimum of a 5% increase citywide. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And what if so would that be the first priority, or would addressing the significantly lagging positions, for instance, what if we were to give the 5% increase to everybody except for the significantly leading, and they got a 3% increase, and then that additional money could go to the significantly lagging? Would there be a hybrid proposal, or is it do 5% first and then address the significantly lagging?
Without knowing the dollars attached to that, we don't get involved with the dollars, and so you would have to really look at the dollars of what that would look like. I think if you gave a sort of a tiered raise that way, that could have effects down the road for the next salary survey. I don't know if you had an opinion on that.
Yeah, well, I can tell you what's been done, but practice in the past has been we would generally see that general increase go to everybody. What that does is it helps eat into the deficit that we have with some of those jobs that are lagging market. So if they receive a 5% increase and the data shows that they're lagging by 10%, then we've already cut into half of that. So there's maybe just that much more that we would want to grant above and beyond the general increase to get them within 2% of market. Last year, that was the standard that the committee adopted, was that we used to gauge or consider ourselves to be competitive if we were within 5%, but NFP last year advised and recommended to the committee and to the council that we change up that standard because of the challenge that we're all having in hiring, and that we should consider ourselves not competitive if we're more than 2% below market. So that's kind of the new goal that we're reaching for.
And then another question, I understand these are benchmark jobs, so not all of them. How do we rotate the benchmark jobs by year, or like if there's a significantly lagging job that just wasn't a benchmark job, how would we catch that problem?
And the work that we do for the committee, it's the same benchmarks generally every year. So we're surveying and collecting data on all of the same jobs every year. So we have a pretty good handle, a pretty good sense about what's happening. What we see sometimes, because the market shifts, is that there's just some jobs where, like Mike said, the supply, the talent that's out there just is hard to find. And so wages are continuing to inch up because everybody's fighting for that same talent.
Is there, I mean, I suppose that granular of data would probably happen at the hiring level, to the department or division director level would be the ones that understand what positions they're having a hard time filling. So I guess maybe it's just, is there a feedback loop between HR and those directors to help?
In addition to these recommendations that the council and mayor receive in this report for which jobs should be targeted for market adjustments, we are looking throughout the year. Fortunately, we have the flexibility to be able to do that and make adjustments even mid-year if we need to. If we find that, for example, there's a particular job that a department is needing to fill, we can't hire enough planners, or we can't get engineers, and we can go to our salary data and say, well, we're lagging the market, so let's make a mid-year adjustment. Again, it's fortunate that we have the ability to do that, and they're just funding those increases, those adjustments with their existing budgets.
Okay, council members, any other questions on this? Appreciate the research, appreciate the service to the city. Thank you, and we will move on to our next item, which is a break. We are scheduled until 4:25, so let's take 15 minutes, and we'll come back to our state legislative briefing. started again after our break. Thank you for being patient while we got a little break in there. We are moving on to item number 6, which is... Should I start that over? Okay, there's crazy computer things going on. But we are back from our break. Thank you for allowing us that time. We are on to item number 6, which is a state legislative briefing from Kate Bradshaw, who is Director of Government Affairs for the city.
Ooh, I like the title.
I know, I didn't know about that title either, but it is a good one.
I didn't either, but let's go with it.
That's what it says on here. I'm just reading what's on here.
Well, I have made y'all a little PowerPoint, and it's probably got more information than we can possibly cover in the time on the agenda. And you know that I can go on and on and on about the political process. And so my hope is that you'll maybe flip through, and if there's particular areas that you're interested in, then let's focus on those. And if not, then there's some information that just might be handy for you to have. In particular, towards the end is some information on the tax cuts and tax package that you might find personally interesting, or your residents in your districts, you might find it helpful to have that information. You know, they weren't, some of the income tax cuts in particular weren't priority bills to track on the Salt Lake City tracking system, but I thought you might find that information handy, so it's in there. And we can go over it. The first thing I just want to let you know is we tracked 430 bills this session. Keep in mind, 575 bills passed. So we tracked a lot of bills. By comparison, the League of Cities and Towns tracked 244 bills. That tells us a couple of things. One, that, you know, as Rachel and I had a discussion recently, that we are tracking potentially too many bills. We need to refine the sweep we're doing for the departments and maybe whittle that down. But we're tracking a lot of bills to make sure that we're capturing anything that might have an impact on the city, on the operations of your departments. Huge amount of work and thanks goes to Cindy, Lou, and Olivia, who spearheaded, you know, developing this new tracking system. It worked amazingly well. Yes, she deserves that. It worked amazingly well, much better than the last 2 systems we've tried, and we put it through its paces by tracking 430 bills, which, by the way, generated, I think, 670 records, because, of course, substitutes counted as their own record. So they made us a new system, and we put it through its paces. Several of you, of course, served on the legislative subcommittee. Thank you for giving all that extra time. I know several of you came up to testify on different bills. And I know that the legislative session, it's never convenient. It never gives you plenty of planning notice. So I appreciate when you were able to come up and testify and give that expertise on issues. The internal policy team that put in a lot of extra evening hours, Nick, Jennifer, Angela Price, Andrew Johnson, Holly Lopez, Ava Lopez, Mark Cottrell, Mary Beth Thompson, Hannah Regan, Danny Walls, Rachel. They put in a lot of extra time during the legislative session. I don't know who is advancing the slides, but unless you all interrupt me with things you want to talk about, okay, we're ready to advance. Well, now I'm going to the fabulous legal disclaimer our firm makes us put up. And then the next page, I thought I'd start with some levity. Just the important bills. I enjoy our list of state things. And last year, the state crustacean did not make it. This year, the state crustacean did make it. The brine shrimp is now our state crustacean. I enjoy keeping track of these, so I thought I'd include it. And then we also have a state mushroom. And before you think that it's a psychedelic mushroom, it's not. It is a culinary mushroom. It's the porcini. It did also become the state mushroom. So in addition to our other state things, which is relevant to the next slide, these are now in that list. We are getting a new state flag. I wanted this flag.
Can I just, real quick, Mr. Chair, if I may?
Is it about the mushroom?
Thank you for putting this up. That was actually a design for the Salt Lake City flag, the go forward one slide. And my very good friend and public defender, Mr. Grant Miller, designed that. So I'm going to give out a shout out to Grant.
Shout out.
Yep, that is his idea for the Salt Lake City flag.
It has,
my gosh.
It has
okay.
every state symbol
We
in it,
Yes.
except for the mushroom
The
and
mushroom
the
and the
brine
brine shrimp, yes.
shrimp. Those will need to be
We'll,
added.
we'll need to do an update.
So his partner is someone that we work with, and so we were happy to try and promote this. It was also submitted as a state flag. It actually made it to the top 25 when it mysteriously disappeared off of your voting options. You saw on the...
Submitted it as a state flag too, and he made it to the top 25.
I
That's
had
amazing.
a clandestine social media effort that was helping.
Yes, I'm sure.
Because but this flag could have now had a brine shrimp and a mushroom. You saw on the other page, the state flag passed. It ironically was one of the most controversial and most debated items. It's also the subject of a referendum, which has until April 12th to gather signatures. I can go into that if you're interested in what that looks like. I know you've probably experienced that on a local level, but this would be a statewide referendum. But just for a moment of levity, I wanted you to see what could have been.
But the flag bill hasn't been signed yet. Is there any indication it will not be signed?
The governor said today that he doesn't intend to veto any of the bills, so I think it will get signed, or at least it'll go into law without his signature. He has until the 23rd to complete his review process and either sign veto or let go into law without his signature. He had indicated early in the process that there were like maybe 16 bills he was looking at. Those kind of all died or were significantly modified throughout the legislative process. So today, he indicated it looks like he's probably good with everything that made it over to his desk.
Okay, good. People are already submitting flag orders. Wow.
And I think we'll all be sporting, socks and backpacks and all kinds of things with the flag, the new state flag soon. So that was just a moment of levity to kick this off. The next slide. As a political nerd, I just find this interesting, so I always share it because I think it illustrates just how kind of crazy the session can be as a time period. The blue line is the introduced bills. The yellow line is the passed bills. We hit a record this year, 575 bills passed, 929 bills introduced. Just for fun, I have never seen in my 18 years of lobbying a bill in the House number into the 500s. Usually a bill in the 400s was going to struggle to pass and probably just die on the clock. They numbered up to House Bill 567 this year, and in the Senate they were numbered up to SB 300. So these are just amazing totals. The record breaker was Senator Harper. He filed 31 bills. He passed 28. Senator Fillmore filed 24, passed 20. Todd Weiler filed 24, passed 16. On the House side, Ryan Wilcox was the winner, 25, passed 20. So there were a lot of bills this session. And you guys can interrupt at any time when you want to skip to other updates. The next slide is just kind of a short overview on the budget. This was the largest state budget. I remember when I worked for the state legislature, we had just entered the teens of billions in terms of the state budget, and now we are at this massive amount. I thought it was interesting, there's still a little bit of ARPA money floating in the state budget, so kind of included that for you. The next slide I do want to spend some time on because I want to make sure that you're aware of some of the great work of members of the lobby team. If we can, Cindy, are you the controller? Go to the next one. It's in the air. Scott. Thanks, Scott. So the legislative subcommittee prioritized different requests. Some of these came from organizations that the city is aligned with. Some of these were direct asks. Those that are in green are those that were funded. Those in red did not get funded. The one that's in black, it has an asterisk, so I didn't make it any color. I just left it black. And that is because there's $800 million that went in that is going to be appropriated to different projects closer to May. So it's maybe they'll receive some funding for this particular project, 7200 West.
800 million went into the infrastructure bank? Is that what it was?
Yeah, and I think it's May timeframe that'll be prioritized. A big shout out, this is the second year we were asking for money for the Salt Lake Cemetery to assist with the infrastructure. You all, of course, have put place a bond to help cover those costs with the master plan. Want to shout out Dave Copeland, Joe Pyra, and in particular Zach Bramble for a great strategy in moving this forward. The tours definitely helped. And it got the attention of some key legislative spouses that are way into genealogy and pioneer history. And that ended up being kind of part of the winning combination there at the end to get this funding through. We're, of course, able to get...
Can I just interrupt really quick and say thanks to my colleagues on the council for letting this be the priority for 2 years and for when we needed people to call and pull all the levers at the last minute. Thank you for doing that.
The next is the shelter mitigation funds. The state matched 2.5. Cities, through a change in the formula, will be contributing an additional 2.8 that the city will be able to apply for in terms of mitigating the issues around homeless shelters. We were not able to get funding for Deer Creek Reservoir. Salt Lake's a partner in this reservoir. It's received some federal funding to rebuild the dam, but is still a little bit short. They don't need this money immediately, so it'll probably be something we suggest as a priority for the next legislative session. In between, this is a small dollar amount, but apparently it fills a gap in kind of a Medicaid insurance gap that needed to be filled there. So I won't spend too much time on the rest of those requests. If you have any questions, I'm happy to go into it, but very happy and excited to see the cemetery one come through. And again, great job by the SAGO team to really dog that one all the way to the end. It wasn't funded on the first appropriations list, but they were able to pull it off the last week. Taylor, we're ready. Go for it to the next one. The majority caucuses set their priorities in advance of the session. They publicized their top 3 priorities. I just thought we'd capture them here just so you can see these are what they wanted their priorities to be when they headed into the session. And I would say that yes, each of the 2 majority caucuses were able to put check marks by each of these things. Teacher salaries, a 6% increase to the weighted pupil unit is a significant increase that will flow to teachers. We have another slide I'll go to that it talks about different Great Salt Lake solutions and funding, and then the tax cut slides I mentioned in the back. Next slide. This one I thought you might just find interesting. This was a significant change in strategy for the legislature. Traditionally, the big issues get worked on and battled on, and work groups formed, and committee hearings with changes, and they go all the way to the end, and they pass at the end of the session. This session, at the end of the 2022 session, there was clearly a concerted change in strategy to move some of these bills early, to work on them over the interim and move them early and fast. For instance, HB 215, which is the voucher bill, that passed in 10 days. That includes weekends. The session operates on calendar days. So passing in 10 days and being on the governor's desk on day 12 is lightning fast. And so that was an interesting shift in terms of a kind of a coordinated strategy for the majority caucuses to move these particular bills through very quickly. HB 131, vaccine passports. This is a ban on an employer requiring any vaccines, not just COVID vaccines, of their employees. And this one was heavily contested last session. It was the subject of a very rowdy committee hearing that led to an arrest last session. Did not pass. This year it moved through in 16 days. It probably does say also a lot about generally the fatigue of many about COVID that this year it moved through so fast. Exact same bill as in the 2022 session.
On the previous slide, Great Salt Lake being the House's #1 priority, what were the deliverables on that?
Sure. So if you go to the slide that has the Lorax of the lake. Taylor, if you can hear, it's the Lorax of the lake slide. It's number 14. This is the package of bills that moved through. I hope you appreciate the phrase Lorax of the lake. My colleague Billy Hesterman, that you all know, he came up with this phrase for HB 491. That bill creates a commissioner, a super commissioner, whose job it is to come up with a plan for the lake, has funding to address the needs of the lake, and becomes the person who speaks for the lake. And so we thought that was the person who should be called the Lorax of the lake. They speak for the lake. Their job is to save the lake, much like our beloved Dr. Seuss character who spoke for the trees. So
a lake czar.
you know, we have a homeless czar. It just feels like we don't have a Lorax of the lake,
Okay.
and so I'm really trying hard to brand that. If you could,
Okay.
if you could join my campaign.
Sure. It's the least I could do. Yes.
The Lorax Caucus.
The Lorax Caucus.
I did not ask Dr. Seuss for permission to use that graphic, so I'm appropriately attributing that this
That's
is
right,
Dr.
yeah.
Seuss's Lorax of the lake. But this package of bills, you know, Utah Waterways is intended to be like a UCare, but for water, again, with funding to elevate the cause, to continue to come up with ways to incentivize people to change their water uses, to change their landscaping, and those types of things. HB 76 is a bill that would require greater coordination between local governments and water districts to eliminate the silos and try and, again, focus more water towards the lake. HB 118 is a continuation of a bill from last year that Robert Spenlow ran. He ran a bill that was a commercial property turf buyback. So on, you know, different corporate campuses, you see a lot of grass that nobody's using. And so it was an idea, why would the commercial property owners want to change this landscaping? If it's working for them, it's a sunk cost. And so he did a bill that had, I think, $3 million to incentivize these corporate campuses to switch their landscaping and be more water efficient. And the money was snapped up really fast. So 118 provides an ongoing $5 million appropriation to continue to try and, in an ongoing way, convince corporate large campuses to change their water usage. And then HB 349 is about water reuse projects. And Representative Snyder, in this one, he wanted to be sure that as we clean water to certain standards, there might be an incentive not to allow it to flow to the lake. A lot of the wastewater discharge that goes into Utah Lake, Jordan River, and the Great Salt Lake is some of the water that's reaching the lake, some of the only water that's reaching the lake. But as we clean that water to a higher standard, you want to make sure there was coordination of those efforts to make sure that we were considering the lake and whether we should reuse the water or whether we should let it flow to the lake. And then you can see here some of the appropriations that went through. Agriculture optimization being a big one. How do we incentivize our farmers and ranchers to be more efficient? So that was a long answer to your question of what did they do for the Great Salt Lake, since both caucuses listed it as one of their top 3 priorities.
Forget the crustacean.
Sorry.
Don't forget the crustacean.
Oh, and they ensured that every 5th grader in the state will learn about brine shrimp because it's now a state thing.
Right.
Like the Dutch oven.
Yes. Okay.
It's the state cooking pot.
Yeah, it's a state cooking mechanism.
I'm just surprised you didn't know that it was the state cooking pot. It was on the flag.
I'm embarrassed about the Dutch oven.
Did you know we have a state dance? It's the square dance.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. So I enjoy the list of things. I'm happy to jump around because I feel like I'm probably close to using all my time. What are the other things you would like to talk about? I know that for the legislative subcommittee members, you've hit a lot of these already, but for some of you that don't serve on that committee, some of these are things that are kind of new or interesting that you haven't heard about our work on. If not, I'm happy to jump into housing and homelessness bills.
Can we, all right, if you're going to do housing bills, I'll wait.
Okay, if we go to slide 11, this is where we've compiled the homelessness bills, the housing bills. And I do want to note for you on there's some asterisks because some of these bills are going to require some work on behalf of the city on your land use policy and in your building permit plan review. So they will require you to make changes. I'm going to actually focus on those that did not pass. I think those will probably be interesting to you. So the two at the bottom are the LIDS and DIDS bill. Those on the subcommittee know we dealt with LIDS, DIDS, and PIDS. These were introduced, and you can tell by just how high this number is. HB 565, Representative Dunnigan's bill. This one was the LID bill. So it would have granted taxing authority for a limited infrastructure district. He introduced the bill. We saw the language. There was immediate pushback. He chose not to send it to committee because he recognized how far apart the parties were and how late we were in the session. And so he voluntarily decided not to advance this bill. I will say this bill will likely be back. It'll be something we talk about in the interim. Hopefully we can influence that discussion to be what's wrong with PIDS and what can we fix there rather than forming new entities and giving those sovereign authorities like taxing authority to the development community. The next one, SB 295, this one was the DID bill, and this one did involve both eminent domain authority and taxing authority. This one did pass a committee hearing, and this one was the subject of a full league call out. Several of you were there, took assignments. One of my favorite legislative policy committee hearings of the session where the league staff was actively calling out to cities and saying, will you take an assignment to work with this legislator or that legislator? And so it was a great example of when the league coordinates well. By the time this bill went to the Senate Majority Caucus for a discussion, Senator McKay described it to me that he showed up to present his bill to the caucus only to learn it was dead because every single senator had overwhelmingly heard from their local governments that they were significantly concerned about his bill and about, in particular, eminent domain, I think gives them more concern than taxing authority. It really caught their attention. So they died, but PIDS,
Like
DIDS, and
Jesus.
LIDS will be back.
Like Jesus, they will resurrect.
And then short-term rentals, this one had a helpful clarification on when you can use an online listing for code enforcement. And then it was paired with a pilot program. Some cities and counties wanted to do the pilot program. We kind of stood back and said, look, if you want to do the pilot program, great. Salt Lake wasn't interested. It had some challenges. In the pilot program, it allowed you to have an enhanced transient room tax collection to offset your compliance burden with doing the pilot program. The Tax Commission had some kind of technical wonky concerns about that, and they just kind of couldn't get those resolved in time, and then it just didn't have enough time to probably have that be resolved before the time ran out on the session. Another issue that is probably going to be back for 2024. Any questions I can answer for you on the other package of bills?
The short-term rental pilot program is a program that cities that want more short-term rentals could use to make those.
If you have short-term rentals that maybe your city or county did not have a short-term rental ordinance and you wanted a way to kind of bring people into compliance and have a regulated program, but also get some enhanced tax revenue to offset what ends up kind of being a high code enforcement compliance burden, then you could enter into this pilot program. It's totally voluntary. If you didn't want to do it, you didn't have to. I think the one concern was, well, if the pilot program exists for a handful of years and seems to get good results, would that stop being a pilot program and become the program? But, it was an interesting one because you did have some cities who proactively said, we know we have them and we'd like to see if we figure this out.
As Jen Bruno always says, there's really nothing, pilot programs don't actually exist.
They're just water.
Mr. Chair.
Because eventually they just become programs.
I think she might have said that in a meeting.
Councilmember Dugan.
On Senate Bill 240, the first-time homebuyer, we made some comments at the committee meeting requesting that they add or change the wording from new construction just to first-time homebuyers because of our county and our city we don't have big first-time new construction. Is there a chance to make an amendment next year, or how would that play out?
I feel like when you came and gave comments on that, the Utah Housing Corporation, Dave Damshin's group,
Yeah.
I feel like he was like, yeah, I agree with you. We should figure out some tweaks. And so I think, yes, there's an opening to see if we can modify that to make sure that cities that don't have a lot of new single-family home construction because of the age of the city have an opportunity to figure out some other programs. So I think we should view that as an opportunity to engage with him over the interim period and see if we can think of some way to incentivize that. Obviously, Senator Adams, President Adams, it was his bill and his baby, and he strongly had a personal belief that it's not just getting people into a first-time home, but he wanted to see a growth in the total number of single-family homes that existed statewide. That's why he wanted to incentivize new construction.
And that was only for single-family homes, or would it include
No, it would
townhomes
include
and
townhomes.
Townhomes,
Yeah,
but it's not like for apartment.
not condos?
Yes. Yeah.
And we also were requesting that it change from 450 to something of the area of medium income, because they said, 450 in Salt Lake City is
Pretty rare.
rare, right? Because our medium house price is higher than that. So the guy from Dave was very receptive to some of the stuff, but just never got over the goal line.
It's hard to amend the Senate President's bill when they rarely, the President and the Speaker very rarely carry bills. They each had one this year. And you don't amend their bills. But I feel like we did have good traction in that after
So we just need to go
discussion.
back to them. Okay, great, let's do that. Right.
The next slide, Taylor.
Can I request real quick that we use our lobbying time in the off season to prepare for the DID and LID resurgence? As much as I love the league, I think our leadership on it was really notable, and I would really like to make sure we stay proactive around that one.
Thank you for saying that, because I was about to say a similar thing. It says, can we preempt? We know that this is going to be resurrected. Let's start working right now with, the league and everybody else throughout the state to explain this tool, quote unquote, because it's terrible. So we want to try to make sure that there is as many voices before the next legislative session. So that's how I feel about this.
Mr. Chair, if I could add, in this session, we received some information that the county was starting to realize the sort of trickle-down effects of the Point of the Mountain Authority and the costs that they were going to incur and not be paid for. And so we are going to be reaching out to them shortly, along with the administration, to set up sort of a follow-up meeting in the interim to at least get on the same page about just cost of services. So.
Thank you.
Sure.
I
I have a
go ahead.
question. Hi. What SB 199? What does that mean? That
The ban on the referendum.
yeah.
So
What does that-
this comes from a belief that some legislators have that they need to protect local governments from the residents of the city, that they are kind of one step removed from their constituents because they're up at the Capitol and their constituents are back in their district. But you are the front lines of the trench, and that pressure might be too much for you all to bear, and that might make it hard for you to, in their minds, make the right decision instead of the politically expedient decision. In order for yes, yes, so nice of them. I've had this discussion a few times with a couple of them, and it feels very pejorative. This this viewpoint, but this is their attempt to say, when a local government makes a land use decision, and the bill started out as a decision that passed with a 2/3 vote, it was amended at the end to be a unanimous vote.
Okay.
So if you make a land use decision and it's not unanimous, it could be the subject of a local referendum. If you make a land use decision and it's unanimous, then there is no ability for the public to refer that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think this will be a challenge. I think there may even be legal challenges at some point if this, for the first group that tries this in any city. But this is something that was proactively thought of the legislature feeling like they were being helpful to local governments.
Okay, thank you.
The slide that's currently displayed, I won't go deeply into this, but this is just, a kind of a list of the various funding packages aimed at kind of broadly the housing space.
Okay, is there anything you want to get to before we're kind of running a
The
little bit
next
over
one
on
is
time?
homelessness. This is a big priority of the city, so I want to hit this one, and then I can wrap up, or you guys can ask whatever slide you want, or
I don't want to rush you. This
go.
is important, but
As I said, there was a lot in here. You can, a little late night reading. This was the homelessness bill. It has a lot in it. Some of those elements to just keep in mind is, they've now defined code blue, which is 15 degrees. It does include the wind chill. The biggest thing I think in here is that counties of the second class will have to come up with a winter response task force and plan. They have 2 years to do that, but this is a big step because, as you are well aware, Utah County and Davis County are counties of the second class that don't have any HRCs and don't have winter overflow. Other counties of the second class, Washington and Weber, do, but I think Salt Lake's long felt that you're housing people from these other counties. There was, as you guys are aware, some pushback, particularly from Utah County, to carve themselves out. There was an effort put forward to keep them in and to make these plans happen. And quite frankly, this is a different process than you all went through last year in 440. And so my hope is that the cities and the county in your two neighboring counties will use this opportunity to really come up with some great plans. And it gives them a lot of flexibility to spread it out, do it concentrated. They have a lot of different options. The other thing I want to mention is that in order to access the additional pot of mitigation funds, a city must enforce camping ordinances unless shelters are at capacity or if a code blue has been put in place. So something for you to keep in mind, and I'm sure something that Andrew will be working on as he coordinates your efforts and response. And then there's some funding at the bottom. I will pause there. If there's any last questions.
Mr. Chair, a question is more of a comment on this topic, and I wanted to thank you directly for your involvement and to make the motions for, to make sure that the league stood up strongly on this issue and standing the line on the pushback from Utah County and a little bit from other county, up north. But it is kind of disappointing to see some of those counties, making those statements, and some of those legislators from Utah County to repeat that. But thank you for your leadership on that. It really showed, and now we have a better bill out there that is the law of the land soon. So thank you.
Thank you. I've gotten to watch y'all up close on this issue and believe that local government can solve problems, and having the flexibility to plan and solve it in a thoughtful way will probably yield really good results in Davis and Utah counties.
What about, sorry.
Okay, last question, go ahead.
Okay, why did the free transit not happen? And can that come back
So it can come back. The governor was very supportive of it. I will tell you, it is incredibly unpopular in the 2 majority caucuses. It's like incredibly unpopular. So we need a lot of outwork and outreach to the majority caucuses. I think for some of them, they don't have transit in their districts. There's been some pushback that even in counties that have, for instance, UTA, there's some cities, for instance, Riverton, was one of those that was listed as like not having a bus stop. And so it's hard for people who represent districts like that to say we should spend a big chunk of money when I'd rather spend money on more public transit or east-west connections or things like that versus that. So I just think we've got a deficit of support there. And we'd obviously need UTA to kind of join with us in helping better tell that story and why that's the most important ask in that space.
All right, thank you, Kate.
Feel free to peruse at your leisure, and if you have questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you.
All right, our next item is legislative intents. This is not state legislature, this is our legislative intents and responses, the update to look at those prior to the budget season. We have Allison Rowland, our council policy analyst, here to give that briefing, and there are several department directors available for questions.
And Mr. Chair, I saw several department heads online as well.
Thank you.
Yes, so thank you. This is the update on responses to legislative intents adopted by the council as part of the FY23 budget, as well as any previous legislative intents which were left open. The first administration responses and questions, you may recall, were briefed at the work session last September. The purpose of this update is to review progress made, clarify department responses, and consider any potential budget impacts. The administration responses to each legislative intent are summarized in the staff report, and some potential policy questions are noted in the context of each item. The full legislative intent statements are in attachment 1, and complete administration responses can be found in the transmittal. During the upcoming budget discussions, the council can consider closing any completed intents. And I just wanted to note that right now, it looks like about 7 legislative intents may be complete and ready for the council to consider closing, which is... Don't close those legislative intents. I think that's actually a record. It's a great number, and so, 32 totals minus 7, so there's only, 23 more to go.
All right, Taylor, if you could just mute microphones online, please.
So my question for you, Mr. Chair, is how you'd like to proceed. We've done it different ways in different years. Sometimes I read through the titles and people can ask to stop when they want more information, or the council members could just call out the specific ones they have questions on.
Council members, I think we should go over all of them. Okay. Whether now or in a follow-up briefing, but it seems like now's the time. So why don't we just go through them one by one?
All right. Everybody take a
Mr.
deep
Chair,
breath.
sorry to interrupt, like CDBG, I think there is a little extra time on April 4th if you wanted to continue this discussion
Thank you.
So I'm actually going to jump to the council-led intents first. They're listed in the staff report at the bottom. The first one is from FY23. It's the CAN RDA DED role clarity. So the council has continued to track this topic, especially as related to funding for housing and grant assistance. And as staff, we'll continue to note when there are proposals before the council that are related to this. I don't know if there are questions or comments.
We've talked about
Where are you? Which page? I'm trying to
page
go to the bottom.
5.
Thank
towards
you.
the end.
Yeah, and
Count the
I'm
bottom of
looking at
page 5.
Council-led intents.
at the bottom of page 5.
Mine says page 11.
Oh, But there's a 5 on the bottom of the page. So it might be the PDF page 11, but it says 5.
What?
I know, but you're on.
Mayor's office?
It says mayor's office in the.
So if you scroll down to the end, the council-led intent should be there. I mean, the other option is for me to start over and do it in alphabetical order. Might be easier.
Development agency. 12, number 12, council-led intents.
They're listed twice in this PDF.
Okay, thanks.
Sure. So the question was on can RDA and DED role clarity, which staff has been tracking. Then there's rotating outside auditing of each city department. The staff had briefed the council on this in December 2022 on potential topics, and the next step is for the council to prioritize a topic to begin with.
And that would be funded through council budget.
Yes. Then the third one I want to talk about a little bit is the police department reporting ordinance from FY21. The council adopted a body-worn camera ordinance, but it didn't adopt broader metrics for that you wish to have the police department report. Initially, the council intended to create an ordinance that establishes reporting requirements for internal information collected by and related to the PD. And the council's operational audit of the PD, done by the firm Matrix, recommended expanding public reporting to metrics such as internal affairs, external complaints, workforce demographics and vacancies, body-worn cameras, including new software that was funded by the council to facilitate review of body-worn camera footage, and metrics on use of force. So if the council likes, the staff can work with the attorney's office to determine what the next step would be. I don't know if there are any preferences among that list or all of them. Okay. Thank you. So now moving on to the attorney's office. There's the boarded building fee, which the attorney's office is working on with finance and CAN. And they are preparing a transmittal with the requested fee and details on this program. On the Open and Public Meetings Act, the administration's response is forthcoming. On C, the ordinance governing donations to the city, this ordinance was completed and the changes now appear on the codifier's website. So yay, one done. First one done. And D is an FY21 intent on decriminalization review of city code. The administration's response is forthcoming, but you may recall from previous years that an initial review revealed that more attention and expertise will be needed to complete the review, including the involvement of the prosecutor's office. So the project will be continuing in the coming fiscal year. If we move to the Community and Neighborhoods Department, the FY23 intents are free fare in winter months, and the mayor's office, as I think you know, has been continuing conversations with UTA, regional and state leaders on this. Expediting traffic calming projects. The Transportation Division and the Engineering Division have developed a process to implement the Livable Streets program. So project complexity will determine the Engineering Division's involvement in design and construction. Simple projects with off-the-shelf designs will be managed by the Transportation Division staff using on-call city contractors to speedily install calming devices and elements without Engineering Division involvement. And then more complex projects will use the Engineering Division. So that's the mechanism they've come up with to try to speed these.
Mr. Chair, on that, it'd be nice to have some type of update between the traffic calming Division 0 and the work that we've got going on for traffic, pedestrian fatalities, and how they combine and how the cities and residents can see some projects in their area and have an update on where the projects are and be informed and also be part of the solution.
Okay.
Thank you. Another of the CAN intents was for youth and family program streamlining, and the administration provided information in the staff report about the specific programs that they provide. From FY22, there's a trips to transit expansion evaluation. On this one, the administration recommends maintaining the current service area for 1 to 3 more years to better determine what would be needed for program expansion to other areas. Essentially, the program has been very successful, and with the growth of the program, they've run into some problems actually just meeting demand, so they're working on that.
Sorry, just adding a brief piece of context that may come up in the annual budget is that the current year's budget ran out, I think, earlier than was anticipated, in part because of the success. So I think even meeting the current scope of the program may need a budget adjustment in the coming year. So I think that there's ongoing conversations about that in their budget development process.
Okay. I think we're just going to go through the end of CAN, and then we'll pick this up at the next
Okay.
work session.
Yes, the FY21 intent remaining in CAN is to transfer housing trust development loans and payments to RDA. And the RDA, the Housing Stability Division, and the Attorney's Office are preparing code modifications for the Housing Trust Fund Advisory Board. So this is still ongoing, but it's reaching its end. So that's it for CAN.
So just a question on process. We will continue going through these. Should we, the ones that are not completed, would it be, if council members want to remove any of them or change any of them, is that appropriate for us to discuss at this briefing or the next briefing?
I think you get to do whatever you want.
I guess I'll just leave it to individual council members if there's any that you feel are no longer relevant or that you think we should close and move on to other things, that we kind of individually look at the list and bring that up to each other and in the next work session as well. Does that sound all right? Rather than straw polling all of them individually.
Right.
Let's just, if nobody brings it up, we will assume that we would like to keep it.
And Mr. Chair, if I
Yep.
may, thank you for having this now, because I think this is helpful as I think about budgeting stuff. And so, yes, I agree with what you're saying, but I think for me, it will just also sit
Help
in my
remember.
brain as we come to budget session.
And then from a staff perspective, we also plan to have any that are current, any that are continue to be open, included in our staff reports for the relevant departments, and having a full legislative intent briefing during the budget deliberations so that there's, you have the real-time context of the annual budget while you're thinking about it.
Thank you. That sounds great.
Mr. Chair, I have a question, and maybe
Yeah,
it's a
go
question
ahead.
for Jen about the rotating outside auditing of each city department. The update says that the council needs to decide which department will be audited first. So when do we decide that? Is it today? Is it at the next meeting when we talk about the things that we're going to keep?
So we could bring it back at any time. The other complicating factor is that there were a couple of items on that list that weren't necessarily department specific, but that were like use specific. So auditing all of the city's loan programs, which might touch multiple departments. So staff is ready to have that conversation at any time. It was more kind of waiting to see when the council had available agenda time to discuss it. So, but we can work with the chair on when makes sense to bring that back. Okay. The memo has the whole list. So, yeah.
Great.
And we can bump that back up in your email if that would be helpful.
Just talk on timing, whether we can get that done soon or if we need to wait till after budget or let's.
But at least have a plan, like, okay, whatever, even if it happens now or later, then we'll know.
Consensus.
Yeah, consensus that we know who's going to be going
I'm supportive
for
of that.
first. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Allison. We will see you again soon. Well, we'll obviously see you again soon. But we're going to move on to item number 8, which is an informational briefing about the Utah Community Renewable Energy Program update. and Sam Owen, Council Policy Analyst, as well as Chris Thomas, our Senior Energy Climate Program Manager, I think are here. I see them both. Oh, nope, that's Ben. I don't see Sam. Oh, Sam is online. Sam, are you able to give us a brief introduction? If not, we can just... Oh, there you go. Thank you, Sam. Is that the conclusion of your introduction? We're missing you, Sam.
Mr. Chair, we just have an inadvertent audio change. So Sam or anyone online, if you could just let us know if you can hear us.
Sam, can you hear us?
We're monitoring.
We cannot hear you.
Just a test again to see if we have, we're chatting as well online, Mr. Chair. So we don't have audio just yet.
So we should take a moment.
If we could take a moment, that
Okay.
would be appreciated.
Sorry, I didn't mean to leave it at the end of the discussion.
Okay, this is just a test again, Sam, to see if you can hear me oh, Sarah's nodding. Okay, so if you could try speaking, Sam, if you have rights to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we
Yes.
can hear you now.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Cindy Lou. Sam, do you have more to your introduction, or should we turn it over to the department?
I think that was it. I hope that maybe it cut out at some point, but
I believe we got most of it, so.
Okay, thank you.
We have Debbie Lyon from the Director of Sustainability Department and Christopher Thomas. Do you have an introduction or a slide deck, or how's this going?
I believe there's a slide deck, but I'm just going to say thanks for inviting us and letting us come have another chat about the Community Renewable Energy Agency and the program. But I'm going to turn it over to Christopher because he's the brains behind this deal.
Thank you, Debbie, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to present
And Sam for all the collaboration and coordination, and of course, Councilmember Dugan, who also serves as chair of the Community Renewable Energy Agency. I'm not sure who's controlling the slides, but would you please advance to the next slide? Great. So today I'm hoping to just talk a little bit about the Community Renewable Energy Agency. I spoke to you all, I believe, in December with an update. So I'm back to provide another update. And then also talk in particular about the utility agreement, which is really the next step on the path. Next slide, please. So as I said, I'll provide an update on the Community Renewable Energy Agency, talk to you about the utility agreement. Now, unfortunately, well, I guess I'll get to that on the next slide. And then please do note that we're sort of messy in our terms that we use to talk about the agency. Sometimes we'll call it Community Renewable Energy Agency, sometimes CREA. Our kind of short name is Utah 100 Communities, and we may also call it the Utah 100 Program, because it's just nicer to say than the Community Renewable Energy Program every time. Next slide, please. So with the utility agreement, when I was here in, I think it was December or November, I was hoping at that time that during the month of March, we could come and bring final language of the utility agreement to talk about. Unfortunately, we are not there yet. We do not have final language yet. We have drafts going back and forth between the agency's outside counsel and Rocky Mountain Power's counsel. We've been waiting now for, I would say, over a month.
Next slide.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. We've been waiting for over a month at this point for the next round of edits, but we've been promised those by the end of this week. So we're not as far along as we would like to be. However, here's what we do know about the utility agreement. It is the next step on the path to remain eligible for the Community Renewable Energy Program. That's true for Salt Lake City and as well as the other 17 member communities. And each participating community must be prepared to sign that agreement in order to continue on to the next stage, which is the program application. Each participating community will need to sign separately, and nothing in the draft utility agreement has changed relative to what we've talked about previously with the council in terms of how we envision the program unfolding and what needs to be in the utility agreement. Next slide, please. Here's a version of the same checklist I showed the council previously. The next step, as I said, is to sign the utility agreement. That will maintain Salt Lake City's eligibility for the program as required by state law. And again, it is just one agreement. It's going to be literally one agreement with signature blocks for Rocky Mountain Power and all 18 communities. Next slide, please. Here's what the utility agreement must do in the left-hand column under the green heading. As required by state statute, it must do these things. So it has to be signed by every community who wants to remain eligible. It states that communities are obligated to cover the cost of consultants hired by two state agencies. That's the Utah Office of Consumer Services and the Division of Public Utilities. Thankfully, we have already budgeted for these costs. So the agency has collected $700,000 in participating community payments, and that will cover this cost. So there's no new cost involved here. Third thing is that it states that communities will be obligated to cover the cost of mailing 2 notices to all Rocky Mountain Power customers in their respective boundaries. But that payment isn't actually made until much later in the process, if and when the council would decide to adopt the final ordinance. So it's basically a promise to pay because we're required to make that promise under the state law, but then the payment doesn't actually become owing until later if the council would decide to adopt the final ordinance. This agreement will need to address how certain unpaid termination charges will be handled, and it will address whether communities choose to designate any coal or gas plants that they would like to pay down faster than everybody else through increased program rates. And so far, in our discussions within the agency, we are leaning toward not designating any of these to pay down faster, because it would create an upward pressure on the program rates. So we'd like to get the program approved first, get the rates established, and then we can always later designate some of these coal or gas plants to pay down faster if we choose to, and if the rates can support it. So that's what it must do. We also know the utility agreement won't do some of the things in the right-hand column in the red font. So it will not finalize a community's participation in this program. That can only be done by the council by ordinance after the program application is approved. We hope that approval will, by the Public Service Commission, will happen this summer or more likely fall. It will,
I don't want to, sorry, I don't want to rush you, but we are a little behind in our agenda. And if you don't mind just picking up the pace just a bit, that would be great.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you.
Sorry about that. It won't finalize the program rates, and it won't require any immediate payments. Next slide, please. So the first part of this slide just reiterates what we've talked about on the prior slide. We have identified a few additional elements that we feel like we need to include in the utility agreement, so it won't just be the basics, there will be some other stuff. But as I mentioned, the utility agreement is still in draft form, so it's going back and forth between attorneys at this point. If the council would like to talk about the draft, we would need to do that in closed session, which is on the agenda later. We will be sharing subsequent drafts of the utility agreement with our own city attorney's office. Sarah Montoya has been involved in those discussions since the beginning. Next slide, please. This is just, again, a quick overview of our Community Renewable Energy Agency structure. I don't need to probably go into detail. Councilmember Dugan is the chair of the board. We have 3 committees that do its work. Next slide, please. What have we been up to? We've been doing a lot of coordinating with Rocky Mountain Power and key state offices, the Division of Public Utilities, Office of Consumer Services, talking to utility assistance program implementers in the context of our plan for low-income assistance, clean energy advocates, many others. We still have some work to do in terms of determining how our program would acquire new renewable energy resources, how they'll be valued, and what this will ultimately mean for customer rates. Next slide, please. Basically, the way our program would work primarily is by acquiring new utility-scale renewable energy resources and plugging them in to the Rocky Mountain Power grid. And what that will have the effect of is reducing our need to run the coal and gas plants. And so it will play a really important role in reducing our pollution. Next slide, please. Our program will likely supplement the renewable energy that we're already paying for as part of our Rocky Mountain Power bills. By 2030, Rocky Mountain Power says that it expects around 58% of the generation going onto our grid to come from renewable resources. So our program, on behalf of the participating customers, would look to supplement that remaining 42% with new renewable energy resources, like solar farms and wind farms. Next slide, please. This just goes through that, if things play out the way we think they will, participation rates are what we expect. We would see 2.54 million megawatt hours of renewable energy generation that would help us meet our net 100% renewable electricity goal. About 1.5 million megawatt hours would likely come from the standard offer renewable resources we're already going to be paying for through our bill. An additional 1 million megawatt hours would come from new program assigned renewable energy resources. And that would be about the equivalent of 2 large solar farms and a couple large wind farms. Next slide, please. What will the program cost be? We expect it currently, given the best information we have, to be between $2 and $7 for the typical household averaged over the year. And this is in part based on the fact that the governance agreement that created the Community Renewable Energy Agency makes it really difficult to acquire resources if it's going to make program rates 10% higher than standard offer rates. And of course, the actual cost will depend upon how we agree to value the resources. That's still being finalized in discussions with Rocky Mountain Power and state regulators. We do expect the program will cost a little extra for people to participate in, and that's because not only will we be paying for these new resources, we're also required under the state law to pay our share of the ongoing costs of the rest of the Rocky Mountain Power electricity system. So we don't get to stop paying for our old cell phone plan just because we have a new cell phone plan. We have to pay out the old one and pay for the new one. But we do expect this to be an affordable cost. Next slide, please. What does this mean for lower income households? So in late 2022, the agency board voted to adopt 2 programmatic strategies for low-income assistance, and these will be incorporated into the program itself. These aren't sort of like added on afterwards, they're part of the program. So the first is offering an enhanced monthly bill credit. This would be offered in addition to the existing monthly bill assistance credit that Rocky Mountain Power offers. It can be up to $7 per month for eligible low-income customers who participate in the program. The actual amount will be determined by how much the program will cost the average household. The second programmatic strategy is a termination fee waiver. So after a certain point, there may be a termination fee required to exit the program. That's so that there will be long-term stability in who is participating in the program and how much energy it needs to deliver. It will be a modest termination fee, but for qualifying lower-income households, that termination fee will be waived because we didn't want an impediment for lower-income households who could really use that extra money instead to be able to leave the program. Next slide, please. One of the other big elements that we have to solve for is being able to guarantee resource repayment. These are long-term contracts, could be 15 years, could be 30 years, multi-tens of millions of dollars. We think that we're intending to design the program in such a way to minimize the risks that people would leave the program. That's through having a low cost. We think having a low cost to participate means there'll be high participation. We're intending to build gradually to meet the goal without overshooting. Having this moderate exit fee to encourage stable participation. And then ultimately, we think we're going to need something that we're calling the backstop fund or a reserve fund that would either be paid through customer prepayments or potentially through some grant funding that's available right now, especially through the Inflation Reduction Act. Next slide, please. Here's information if you'd like to learn more. We've got an e-newsletter, which hopefully most of you are receiving, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. Thank you so much for your time. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Council members, any questions on this?
No question, just a comment. So thank you very much, Christopher, on the update. So the agreement just keeps us in the game. And also right now, this is also part of the whole application process to the Public Service Commission for looking for the approval. And that process is still ongoing with Rocky Mountain Power as we negotiate how we procure resources, the rates that they charge, and a few other items that go in there, the boundaries and who is actually the customer base as far as in different jurisdictions, because we have fed land, state land in different jurisdictions. So this keeps us in the game as far as the application process. And then after that can take 6 months, and then we get 90 days after that approval for us to assess the program itself. And all 18 communities can then assess the program at that point. So it's an ongoing effort. And at this point, it's an administrative signature, I think, at that point. But we can't really review it, as we said, because it's in draft form. So that's why it's in closed session. If we don't want to go into closed session, we can go into closed session later. And Montoya's already part of it, along with Christopher, in writing the utility agreement. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you for your time. We're going to move on to item number 9.
Yep.
which is a budget amendment, follow-up briefing on budget amendment number 5 for fiscal year 2022 through 2023. If you'll remember, council members, we left this open for particularly one item that Councilmember Pui had added in, and since he wasn't here at our last briefing, we wanted to bring this back to give him time to explain that one additional item.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you for the time. This is an issue that is dear to me because of, my life history with horror things that happen in other countries, but they happen here too. And this council has been looking into protecting the building, protecting the employees. We have been making quite a bit of progress on that. And I would like to suggest additional funding to protect the block, Washington Square, and to prevent vehicles from driving into the block, and unauthorized vehicles. The police department for years have told me that for years they saw the need to protect the square and this building and the employees, and they believe that this is something that is very much needed. And I wanted to talk about this with all of you and see if that's something that you guys will be supportive of during this budget amendment. The amount of money ranges from $1 to $3 million. And it will, in part, to put what is the word, bolsters or
bollards,
bollards around the block to prevent vehicles and to ask for more security measures around the building. So I don't know if anybody has questions or thoughts about this.
I mean, if it goes into this budget amendment, is the proposal 1 or 3 million or somewhere in between? I guess we have to, that's what we have to, it needs to be specified, right?
Yeah, we definitely need a specific amount.
Yes.
The motion sheet currently has $1 million. We can, of course, change that. The funding would go into a holding account, so it's not like it'd be sitting there for someone to spend, and it would go into the CIP fund. So just like all CIP projects, the fund does not lapse to fund balance at the end of the fiscal year, so it would still be there come July 1st.
Yeah, and let me add this. I'm willing to, I would like to propose for 1 million this time around. Let me say this: when this is needed and when we think about it, it's too late. It's always too late. And as almost a victim of a terrorist attack when I was a kid, this is something very important to me, and it is very important to move that direction. And unfortunately, we live in a time where some of us have gotten life threats, and and crazy stuff has happened. So I think that this is an important expenditure.
Councilor Pui, thank you. I support this because I think as a lot has been made out of the diversity on our council, and I think that makes us a target. And I think we've all, not all, maybe not all, but a lot of us have experienced direct personal threats. So I am very supportive of this.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Councilmember Valdemoros?
I would like to know exactly what we're going to do, like the exact amount and how much would bollards cost. If putting bollards around the city and county building will cost $1 million or cost less. That way, if we have some leftover, we can, instead of going to CIP, we can use it for some other pressing needs as well as we have in the next budget season.
I think Jennifer Bruno has a response to that.
I'll just take a crack at the answer, and Councilmember Pui, feel free to jump in. I think the intention is to set this money aside and then begin working with the administration on finalizing some of those costs. It is very likely that it won't cost a full $1 million. But I guess I hesitate to just say that, right? And so I think with fund balance being as healthy as it is currently, parking that money essentially buys you flexibility for the future so that we can work with the administration to figure out maybe bollards aren't the only improvement that makes sense with that money. Maybe the police department has other recommendations, but the council could certainly ask for a review of that, of the proposal, maybe once costs have been finalized. And I don't know if you'd want to include that in the motion language.
Yes, please.
Okay. Councilor Wharton?
I'm also supportive, and I don't really have an objection to the amount. I just would like to know from a security point of view, is that the best use of that amount of money, or would it be better to put some of those in and then put other money towards something else? I'm not an expert in this, and I don't know what conversations Councilmember Poy's had. Maybe you've already talked about this, and that is the best use of the funds. But I would like to hear that we're getting the most amount of security for the amount that we're paying out of that.
And I will be willing to keep the intent very loose, to have the administration tell us what they can do with this money and what is the best priority to use this money as far as security. It is my objective that we secure the building and we secure the block from vehicles and other, unauthorized intrusions. But I would like to also keep that door open to say, well, maybe we should spend the money here first and then go that next. I'm okay with that.
There's an internal committee that they've included the council on of administrative staff, including the police department, that has made some of the recommendations for some of the security upgrades we already see. And I think that it would be very reasonable to ask them to review this funding and come back to the council with recommendations. I don't know if the language should be that loose, but if that's what the council
I
wants.
think that'd be great to have that conversation.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, Ben, is there anything else in budget amendment number 5 that we have not?
Two quick things.
Okay.
An update from the last briefing. Item I2 is the technology upgrades to facilitate a hybrid meeting. We've been working to refine the cost estimates, and so it currently has a total of $55,000. That's slightly more than you heard at the last briefing. The increase is from funding an enterprise-wide, so all departments could use it, license to use Zoom. The city is moving away from WebEx, and so this would speed that up.
Okay, did we say, you said that's an increase of $55,000?
It's an increase of $25,000 to a total of $55,000.
Okay, and in I2 it says 80,000. Does that mean we're going from 80 down to 55?
Yes.
Okay, great.
My question, Mr. Chair, I like the idea of the other departments have the ability to use this, but can we make sure that the council has priority too? Like, I don't know how, but like if we are going to use it, there is some sort of scheduling service, because, this is something that's in part started conversations here, and moving having the West Side Council meeting showed us that we needed to improve how we have meetings outside this building. And I want to make sure that we do have a first crack out of it if we need to use it. I don't want to be greedy about it, but I want this council to have the tools first off if we need to go use them.
Okay.
The other thing, Mr. Chair, is I wanted to highlight the motion sheet. There are 3 separate motions, number 1, number 2, and number 3. The first motion is to adopt most of the remaining items. Motion 2 is for item A10, additional funding to facilitate property acquisition. Councilmember Mano can be recused from that. And then motion 3 is for item I4, the Lockhart Alley reconstruction. So I wanted to highlight there are 3 separate motions. You would need to do all 3 if you wanted to adopt all of those items. Let me know if you wanted any changes.
If we don't want to adopt anything, if we say this funding isn't necessary, do we have to vote on it, or by not voting on it, it's tacit? Do we have to make a negative motion?
No. So if there's an item currently listed in the motion that you don't want, we can pull it out, make it a separate motion, and then the council could not vote on it, it would not be funded, or you could vote, and then if the vote failed, it would also not be funded.
And to be clear, we can just say, I move that we approve the listed motion 1 minus this one thing.
Yep, you can make those changes on the fly. And then staff would update the motion sheet in the record, as well as the minutes would reflect that change.
Sounds good. Remind us of the schedule on this. When
You're voting tonight.
That's what I thought.
You
Okay.
did continue the public hearing, so you'll have the continued public hearing and the option to vote.
Okay, thank you.
And Ben, help me remember, will they probably should vote to close the public hearing tonight?
Yes.
Question mark? Okay.
And that is what the motion sheet says, is
Great.
to close.
Perfect, thanks.
Can we leave the public hearing open and adopt the motion? That's weird.
You can do it. We typically try not to leave public hearings open indefinitely.
Sounds good. Okay, we'll try not to do that. Thank you, Ben. All right, does anyone need a break before the next item?
Maybe
Okay.
coffee?
Do you need a break? Okay, I thought you said that would be great.
No, it's cool.
It's going to be great. Okay, we are moving on to item number 10. It's the order. I thought you said sorry. Ordinance. Item number 10 is an ordinance, a follow-up for the accessory dwelling unit ADU text amendment.
My favorite topic.
Brian Fulmer is going to give an introduction. There's a little bit of, not necessarily new, but clarified information, and then we can discuss that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the last discussion last week, the council narrowed down what a majority would support into two different options. One of them would remove, I'll start. The first one would remove the conditional use requirements for ADUs. It would establish the maximum size of a detached ADU at 1,000 square feet. It would retain the owner occupancy requirement for properties with single-family homes and ADUs in the FR, R1, SR1, and SR1A zoning districts. The minimum corner side yard setback would be 20% of the lot width, or 10 feet, whichever is less, and then it would provide minimum of one off-street parking space for the ADU residents, with some exceptions, which are if the property is within a half mile of a designated bike lane or path, if the property is within 1/4 mile of transit, and if sufficient space for on-street parking is available in front of the primary residence. The other option is the same as the previous, except you would be adopting the ordinance as proposed with the owner occupancy requirements. There are some intents that the council discussed, one of which was to revisit the requirements in 3 years, and during that time, the data would be collected and reviewed regarding the number of ADUs constructed during that time, barriers to construction, and impacts to neighborhoods. Another intent was to provide $1 million in one-time funding to provide financial support for ADU construction. And then the final one is an intent to fund 2 additional civil enforcement employees for primarily ADU enforcement.
Thank you, Brian. Council members, I'm not trying to convince anyone of things in this, but I just wanted to say it occurred to me when I spoke with Councilmember Wharton this weekend that people might be confused as to why I care so deeply about this issue. This issue has been something that the city's been discussing since 2011. I sent a letter on my company letterhead to Michael Malloy in 2016, where I talked about how important the ADUs would be. I also sent a letter to then Councilmember Aaron Mendenhall the following year. So this is something that I've been interested in and trying to advocate for since before any of us were on the council, and that I reread those this weekend, and a lot of the things that I wrote in those original letters are still things we're discussing today. So I am hopeful that we can make that is why I'm trying to make as much change as possible, because I feel like it has been over a decade that we've been talking about this, and to date the ordinance hasn't resulted in a significant increase in housing stock. With regard to the specific proposal, motion 2, I'm hopeful that I can get council member support for motion 2, which is a small difference, but I think an important one. It would change the owner occupancy requirement to apply only to single-family homes in Foothills Residential, R1, SR1, and SR1A zones. Those are the generally low-density, single-family, intended for single-family residential zones. I think this is important for all the reasons that we've talked about, but also in this case, a single-family home in a commercial or a multifamily zone is underbuilt and by right could be developed into something much more dense. And for us to say that you can't add an ADU unless you're owner occupied, but you could tear your house down and build a small apartment building or townhouses or a duplex and not have owner occupancy seems like a disincentive to use the ADU ordinance, which is the one of all of those options that could actually potentially keep a person, a renter housed and add additional density to that site. So I'm hopeful that I can get support for motion number 2, which is would not apply to the Foothills Residential, SR1, SR1A, and R1 zones. Any questions? Councilmember Fowler?
Sure. I want to say, I wasn't going to say anything, but then I wanted to actually be nice and say that thank you, Darren, for what I think is, what I feel is a very valid attempt at a compromise, and I truly appreciate that. And we've had way too many discussions, both right here and just with each other, and have voiced all of the different concerns and where we're at. And as we talked over the weekend and presented this, and we kind of hashed out some of those different things that we talked about, I still am sitting with this, and I'm still here just sort of processing it. But I do want to say that I think I appreciate, given the emotions that we have all felt and that have been felt at this table over this for the last 2 Tuesdays, where I think many of us just wanted to quit the council in general, that this really is I appreciate the very valiant and comprehensive compromise that you're proposing here. That and being able to have very good, non-emotional, logical conversations with many of our council members after feeling lots of emotion is also incredibly appreciative. So thank you to those council members that I have reached out to and talked to over the weekend.
Thank you, Councilmember Fowler. Jennifer Bruno reminded me that for the public's sake, I think council members know this, we have a public hearing tonight on this issue. We are not planning to take action today. We were planning to take action on April 4th. So you have a little more time to sit with the issue. Councilmember Fowler. Councilmember Wharton, Councilmember Valdemoros, and then Wharton.
Thank you. I appreciate, Darren, what Amy said, and also you trying to compromise. I think that's something that a lot of us wanted to do from the beginning, and we were able to accomplish. And I would like, thanks for the timeline too, so that I could ponder on this and talk to my constituency and hear the comments tonight, and and make a decision based on on what we hear and what we think it's the right thing. But I appreciate you bringing that point that wasn't that we didn't really discuss on early on, but it's always been there, but we were so focused on the other 3 things that we kind of forgot about that option. So thank you, and I will think about it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Valdemoros. Councilmember Wharton.
Same. I appreciate this is kind of what I was hoping for in terms of, well, it's not what I was hoping for, but I am appreciative of the effort to compromise, because I think that is a better way to move forward, especially on something as divisive as owner occupancy. My questions, and I hope that we'll hear from the public tonight in their comments and about this, and I would like to hear from our planning staff what their thoughts are. And I would like to know, so this would be allowed in every zone, every zoning area except for SR1, SR1A, East Foothills Bench, and what else?
R1.
And
So
R1.
R1 5,000, 7,000, 12,000.
1,000, yeah.
Okay, so.
R1 is by far the most prolific of those.
Right, and if we could, it might be helpful to see a map of something like that, so I can like just visually, that would help me. One thing that I would like to hear is when we went through the RMF 30 discussion, we made adjustments because we heard from community members that we might unintentionally be incentivizing the destruction of naturally occurring affordable housing, and also some of the houses that might be historic houses but aren't in a local historic district, so they wouldn't be protected. And I think the changes that we made in that discussion, based on the resident feedback, we actually provided an incentive to maintain those types of homes, so that they wouldn't be, so that they could continue to provide naturally occurring affordable housing, and those that have a unique historic character that we could still add to density without losing those homes. That I think are important to a lot of residents and important to the history of our city. So I would like to hear from planning staff and from the community what their thoughts are. I don't want to inadvertently incentivize houses to be destroyed that could be naturally occurring. And then any other, what are the other, since I don't do this for a living and you do, what are other possible unintended consequences that I might not think through or might not be obvious to me as someone that doesn't work in this in my day job?
I've been here with you because my comments were along the same lines. I'm particularly interested in how this would impact the TSA zone. It's most predominantly in Councilmember Pui's district, around the Rancho Market area, where currently the only option to take advantage of TSA zoning is to buy a house, knock it down, and put up. And how many proposals have we seen for micro units, no parking? And so I'm curious, are there levers that we could put in place or incentives that we could put in place that would actually incentivize people in the TSA zone to preserve that housing and to densify using the ADU model to alleviate that pressure?
I'm also particularly concerned about TSA zoning.
Thanks for the lead-up.
Yes.
Nick, do you want?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
So I think that this is obviously I've been very vocal about my support for removing, barriers to housing in the city, and I still see it as that. And I think these are barriers for housing, which is one of the biggest problems that we have, and we are talking and by not removing them. But I also want to just summarize something that I think was brought up a couple of times. Our position was always negotiating. We even negotiated to the point that said, we don't do it until for 3 years, and let's gather data, or let's do it then, and all of those positions were shut down. So I appreciate that we're still moving ahead and negotiating and learning more, and I'm still not an expert on all of these things, but if we are actually committed to actually learn, let's actually move the needle by creating mechanisms to gather the data, to actually make a decision with the information that you're struggling with. I think it was I don't appreciate that saying that we were not negotiating before, because everything that we were trying to do throughout was to actually negotiate and meet in the middle. Also, we not only represent those members of the community councils, we represent everybody. And the renters and the community councils are not the majority of them. And we need to remember the majority of our districts, especially of mine, a majority of our districts, and not all of us, are renters. The majority of the city are, and we need to think about those too. And renters overwhelmingly don't have time to show up to community councils, they don't have time to show up to city councils, they don't have time to voice their concerns. Again, your concerns with ADUs are very valid, and I think I related to many of them, and I'm trying to find ways to address those. But if we don't agree, I hope that we agree ultimately at creating a mechanism to gather the data so we can all learn more about if those rumors are true, because they are not nationally true. And I just came back from meetings across the nation on this. They are not true in the nation, and they're called anti-Hauser rumors. They're not based on data.
May I respond quickly?
Councilmember Fowler, yeah.
I certainly was not trying to say that you weren't negotiating. I was simply trying to say that this was a compromise I could understand. Second, as the only renter on the council, I think I know and do try to look at, and is why I feel so strongly about some of the things I feel, is because I am the only renter on this council. So, and do protect and look at it from that perspective. So just heard that. There was one other thing to bring up real quick, and it had to do with the compliance piece of this that we talked about at some point. My understanding is that within the ordinance, we still have the, as written, proposed, is a restrictive covenant. One of the things we talked about before, one of the 87th times that we've had an ADU discussion was adding attorney's fees, and sort of that, like a neighbor could maybe call a neighbor, and I don't know that that is in the ordinance now. I would support adding some attorney's fees language in there. Again, I think that kind of, as we talked about before, there was lots of different pros to that, that if you're running it as it's a way for us to have compliance with short-term rentals with ADUs.
So explain that. If I'm living here and my neighbor's running a short-term rental out of an ADU, but they have that restrictive covenant with attorney's fees languages in it, I could hire my own private attorney to investigate that.
I'm going to turn to Katie.
They would have to pay those back?
Great question, council member. So what this would do in the restrictive covenant would allow a neighbor the right of enforcement. And that right of enforcement is exactly as you mentioned, hiring an attorney and going to court to enforce the restriction that says you can't use this as a short-term rental. If that neighbor prevails, the person operating the short-term rental would be required to pay that person's attorney's fees. So it's a strong motivator to not operate an ADU as, or any of the residences on the property as a short-term rental.
And that would be something that they actually sign and agree to have that covenant added to their property, so
That's
they're
correct.
aware of it, and
That's
it's
correct.
disclosed in the legal documents if they were to sell that to another person.
That's correct. And the covenant also would have that owner occupancy requirement too.
And we have terms set specifically for, or is a short-term rental still defined as less than 30 days? Okay.
So now
Sorry, I just wanted to throw that out there since we're not voting tonight, but also if public is listening and wanted to comment on that part of it, because I would really support that, especially as we've talked a lot about compliance and kind of how we're short on compliance and things, but maybe we can, it's one of those things to ponder as
Sure.
we wait for the
I
next,
appreciate that.
as we take action.
And just to clarify, in case of the neighbor who likes to just complain, it would only be on substantiated claims. If we have a neighbor who's just principally opposed to an ADU and is creating a nuisance complaint, that person would still be responsible for their own fees if a court of law found that they had abused the system, correct?
Yeah, yes, you have to prevail first.
would they be responsible for the defendant's fees if they did not prevail? If,
Other parties' fees.
would they responsible, so like if I ran an
Attorney's fees would go both ways. So-
Okay,
So if I'm
Whoever
just
prevails,
being,
so whoever wins.
if I'm just
Okay.
calling because I don't like you, but you're not actually running it as an SRO,
pay for my fees?
Yes.
Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Sorry, based on the, just to kind of expedite things, based on all the nodding heads, could we kind of formally ask the attorney's office to put together some language that we could put in the ordinance memorializing that? Because I think we have a version now that does not reflect that, so maybe between now and the 4th, we can work on that.
I have one question, though. If the restrictive covenant includes owner occupancy as a restriction, but then, as we've discussed, in a few years, the council takes it up again and decides to remove the owner occupancy, would that automatically make null and void those restrictive covenants, or would those run with the land?
Another great question, council member. I think we could put language in there that said if the ordinance changed as to that requirement, then that would no longer be effective in the restrictive covenant.
That would be great.
Can I also speak to one more thing? I think the review should be in 5 years. Since the last time you all visited this, the world has turned upside down, making almost every data that we have from the last 2 years unusable. I think we have enough of an infrastructure here that puts us in a good place, but I would like the commitment, as Councilmember Pui called for, to data collection that is specified and that will be relevant. And I would like a data set that is large enough for us to actually make some decisions. And I think most of us in our gut know that the primary barrier here is financial, and it'll take us a while to implement financial incentives. So I would like to be able to control for all of those other factors that might be disincentivizing or making it impossible, and have a data set that's actually usable.
Councilmembers, any other comments? All right. Thank you, staff. Thanks, everybody. And excited to hear what the public has to say tonight.
Did you guys have any answers to the question that I asked?
You'd have to repeat it because it.
Okay. Yeah, it's been a while.
It went away from the conversation
It
before we could
did.
answer.
It did, didn't it? So, yeah, are there any, so I talked about the process we went through with RMF 30, naturally occurring affordable housing, potentially historic homes, things like that. And then I just said, are there any other possible like unintended consequences where we might be inadvertently incentivizing something that is not in line with the city's housing goals?
I don't think there's anything that's unintended about that. I mean,
Okay.
the current regulations, even with conditional use and owner occupancy requirements, still somebody could promote the demolition of an existing dwelling and replace it with new dwelling with an ADU or without. And I think the economics generally of our single-family housing market right now is really dictating what happens there. For many people, it's more financially viable, depending on how much their economic conditions with their property, to demo and rebuild than to expand and maintain. And that's something that this proposal or any other proposal we have isn't going to change.
So you're saying you don't think that this proposal would encourage someone to, I mean, it sounds like you're saying that people aren't going to build ADUs in these places anyway, so this isn't going to matter.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying that people who are going to be building the ADUs by demolishing an existing building and replacing with something new are probably more likely going to have the capital to do that regardless of what our process is. So I don't think that there's going to be much impact from that. It's certainly possible that we'll see an uptick in demolitions. But I think we're seeing that with single-family homes in general over the last several years. So
you think the effect of this, whether it is on demolitions or on keeping existing housing, is negligible? It's not going to.
I think it's a no net change.
Sorry?
A no net change. I think the same forces exist right now as they will after this ordinance, if it gets adopted, goes into effect.
So then why should we do it?
You're asking about specific to whether a person will demolish a primary residence?
Well, it's, what I'm hearing is that if it's no net difference in whether someone's going to demolish a single-family home that's not in the zones that we've discussed and build an ADU instead, if we're not encouraging or discouraging one way or the other, why is it important that we make the change?
And it's because if they're not in a single-family zone, they probably already have other options, and they're probably already employing those.
Right, so why is it important for us to?
That leads into my question. Are there tools we have that we could incentivize, particularly in places like the TSA zone, that would cause people who might have the means to otherwise destroy a house and put in high density to take advantage of this instead?
An ADU is probably not likely to compete against somebody who has the right to build a 3 or 4 story apartment building on their property.
The TSA allows so much additional density that it, like Nick said, the tool that we used in RMF 30 was a preservation density bonus. So you're allowed this many units if you keep a existing structure. I don't remember exactly what we define that as. You get 1 additional unit. So in this case, if we wanted to apply that, and I'm not suggesting this, don't lose your mind, but like it would be, you can do 2 ADUs if you keep an old house instead of tearing an old house down and building a new house with an ADU. I'm not suggesting we do that, but that's the tool that we used in the RMF 30 to promote that. But I believe that this, because we're targeting commercial, multifamily, TSA, form-based zones, the ones that already have higher development potential, then it's going to be at that point where, okay, I have a small property in a multifamily zone. I could tear that down and build a duplex, or I could keep my primary house and build an ADU. This is a real situation in like a small property in one of those multifamily zones. And the economics of tearing it down to build a duplex, or the reality that if I tear it down and build a duplex, I don't have to have owner occupancy, would, I think, would be an incentive to do what you don't want them to do. Whereas if we allow the ADU to be built without owner occupancy, they're effectively getting 2 units on that lot without having to tear down the primary unit to build a duplex. So they can keep the primary residence as is, untouched, and then add 1 additional unit. And that may be something that in a smaller property on particularly like RMF 30 or form-based urban 1, like smaller density multifamily zones, I think maybe that may be where the tipping point is, that those may stay. But again, in TSA, I think I agree with Nick that the difference between a single family home and what is allowed in TSA is so great that I'm not sure this would change the economics enough.
That's right. And what it does do is that if there is a small property owner out there who isn't interested in developing, it may incentivize them to add another unit and not put their property on the market, right? I mean, that is a potential that's out there. But a single-family dwelling, regardless of the zone with an ADU, when that zone allows more development right, it's not always going to be an economic competitive advantage to do the ADU over what otherwise is allowed.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Nick, Brian, Michael. I think we're going to move on to our board appointments. We have four board appointments today. The first one is appointee to the Racial Equity and Policing Commission for Jason Wessel. Jason, are you here with us? Hi, Mr. Wessel. Thank you so much for being willing to serve Salt Lake City. Thanks, Councilmember Dugan. We are give you a minute or two to just introduce yourself, why you're willing to spend your free time with the city, and let council members ask any questions if they have them for you.
Okay, my name is Jason Wessel. I am currently the chair of the Human Rights Commission, and I think by ordinance, the Human Rights Commission is supposed to have a member on the Racial Equity and Policing Commission. The member of the Human Rights Commission that was going to do it has a conflict of interest. So my second term on the Human Rights Commission is about to end at the end of the year. So I volunteered to do the Racial Equity and Policing Commission. That will give me an overlap of a year, so I'll still be around to be able to help with my institutional knowledge and transition to a new chair when I leave. So it just seems like kind of the best all-around situation that I can go to the Racial Equity and Policing Commission with the knowledge I have. I think going back to when Councilmember Wharton was part of the Human Rights Commission, I first started, we were working on the police use of force report. So I have knowledge of things like that I can take over and contribute more.
Well, thank you for your many years of service. Council members, any questions or comments for Jason?
Jason's the best, and we are so lucky to have him in District 1, and I actually get him as a neighbor. So thank you for continuing to serve us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're going to be on our consent agenda. You've been through this before, so you know you don't have to join our meeting tonight. It's probably going to be a long one, so I would suggest going to bed.
I'm also on the West Side Coalition. And I think
so you might be here anyway. Okay, good.
I think we sent you a letter about the ADU issue, so I might be around to give moral support to Dan when he comes to speak.
All right, great. Well, thank you for all the things you do. The next board appointee is Teresa Gregory, and Teresa is being recommended for an appointment to the Community Development and Capital Improvement Program Advisory Board, the CDCIP board. Teresa, are you with us? Hello.
Yes, I'm here.
Did you hear the instructions to Jason?
Yes, I did.
Okay, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay, so my name is Teresa Gregory. I would like to serve because I truly believe in serving the community in which I live, and more specifically, I want to give back that which I have received. And through my employment, I have learned a lot about not only evaluating, the cost benefit of services, and specifically understanding how a program will benefit the stakeholders, and in this case, it would be our community members. And the connection I have with the community members is, a background of service through AmeriCorps and other local organizations. So I have that technical understanding and also the willingness to listen to the needs of my community.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments from council members? Thank you so much for your willingness to serve. I love your scarf.
Thank you.
The next one is Miranda Kask, who is also recommended for appointment to the CDCIP board. Miranda, are you here in person? Hi. Hello. Did you hear the instructions? Great. Feel free to, you can have a seat if that's more comfortable for you. Feel free to introduce yourself. Thank you for being here.
So my name is Miranda Kask. I used to work for Northwest Bank as the AVP of Credit Analyst, and I graduated from the University of Utah. I took Masters of Real Estate Development program. I used to work for Mayor's Baker's office back in 2010 to 2012 as an AmeriCorps Vista refugee liaison to assist the refugees in Salt Lake City by engaging the relationship between the city governments and the refugee community. During my free time, I am volunteering by helping the University of Utah students who are graduated in May, reviewing their resume, cover letter, and conducted a free workshop for them to prepare for the interview so they can be ready to enter the workplace. And I also help my community, Indonesian community, to file their taxes for people who can't pay the CPA. Thanks for my experience at Northwest Bank, I'm able to review individual and business taxes and use my experience and skills serving the community. And the reason why I'm applying for this, becoming this board member, because it's about time for me to serve the community in Salt Lake City. I am a Salt Lake City resident. I live in Sugar House, and I've been living here for 10 years. So time for me to give back with all my strength and skills and experience and education that I have over a decade. Thanks.
Thank you, Miranda. Appreciate that introduction, and thanks for everything you've done
Mr.
for
Chair,
our community. Yeah, Councilmember Fowler.
I just want to say thank you for representing District 7, and also that we're both AmeriCorps Vista alums. So it was an
Didn't know
amazing
that about
program,
you.
and I love it. You're an alum too at AmeriCorps
No,
Vista?
I didn't know that about you. I am not.
Yes.
I wish.
Yep. And I look forward to you representing not just Sugar House in our area, but obviously all of Salt Lake City. Thank you so much for your service.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Thank you so much. You'll be on our consent agenda tonight. You do not need to attend.
I just want to say too, thank you, Miranda, because I got to work with you when you were in the mayor's office and I was on the Human Rights Commission, and she'll be an excellent asset to this group. So I'm really glad that you're back at the city.
Yes,
in
me
a
too.
in a different way, but yes.
Thank
to see you.
Chris. Good to see you again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, our last board appointee is Dave John, who is recommended for appointment to the Parks, Natural Lands, Urban Forestry, and Trails Advisory Board, otherwise known as the Peanut Board. Dave, are you there? Oh, hi, Dave.
Okay, yeah, I'm trying to get, okay, there we go.
We can see you. Go ahead and
Yeah.
introduce yourself.
Okay, my name's Dave John. I'm Tewa and Dene. And when, Ashlyn Cleveland was telling me about this group, she kind of had an idea of what I've already done, with the indigenous community. And it's always good to see that, this board exists to hear the voices of the indigenous people here on the Wasatch Front. But of course, we need it all over, plus the state. But it's good to get a group together that shows that the indigenous are being representative through the lands, because a lot of it, we were told we were stewards of certain areas of Turtle Island. And it's good that, the Salt Lake recognizes that through all the different tribes here in Utah. And I guess there's a group I'm with called PANDOS, which is Peaceful Advocates for Native Dialogue and Organizing Support. We help support a lot of tribes that have different issues that are going on within their nation. It's good that, this board's being put together. I know a lot of the people that are on the board now. I know what good works they do. And it's nice that, I guess, we kind of already knew each other, so.
Great. Thank you, Dave. Council members? I'll just say I'm really glad that we have a representative of the Indigenous community on our peanut board. I think that's incredibly important, and thank you for filling that critical, important role.
I got to work with Dave over the holidays at an event, and I have to say he is one of the most impressive people. His energy is boundless, his knowledge is deep, and his empathy is just incredible. So thank you for stepping up.
Thank you.
Thank you. And as I told the others, you'll be on our consent agenda. You do not need to attend. It will be, but it will be officially adopted at the end of the meeting. So thank you so much for your willingness to serve.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So report of the chair and vice chair. I have none. Vice chair, executive director. All right. I believe we do have a closed session.
Miss,
Yeah.
do you
Go ahead.
do you want me? Is there anything besides what's highlighted on the motion sheet
I
on
don't
the
know.
agenda? I mean, Mr. Chair, I would move that we enter into closed session, and adjourn after the closed session. Do you need to come back as our formal session, is that right?
Adjourn as the work session and come back as formal.
Yeah,
believe.
that's what I'm moving for to do. And it's for purposes of, to discuss purchase, exchange, or lease of real property and attorney-client matters.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Fowler, a second from Councilmember Dugan. I will roll call. Councilmember Dugan.
Yes.
Councilmember Valdemoros.
Yes.
Councilmember Petro.
Yes.
Wharton.
Yes.
Fowler.
Yes.
Pui.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. That passes 7-0. We, Anna, I guess you're supposed to stay in the same link.
Oh, I was gonna ask that. Thank you. Great.
Okay, thank you.
Will do.
I think we probably should at 6:25. Also.